Yeah, I'm ready.
Are you ready, Pind?
Yeah, we're live.
Acting Captain's log. Stardate 54774.7. Never a dull moment on Kronos. This whole investigation has been riddled with strange happenings. From the Klingon garrison being encouraged to place the captain in a cell that is uninhabitable by humans, to Commander Pind being involved in bar fights, to both Pind and Iran being suspects and persons of interest in murders, to myself being drugged on the street. Seems as if everything has been against us presenting our best foot forward for the captain. Despite that, the captain and his defense have been doing rather well. Lieutenant Myth has been a great success, and Lieutenant Commander Varder has done beyond his duty in defending the captain. We think we figured out who it was exactly poisoned me yesterday. But we won't know for sure until we question the disguised Cardassian assassin? Either way, today's sure to be interesting. And love. Oh look, we're on the ship.
For now.
Another day, another briefing. Lieutenant Myth is in the midst of some examinations of the previous day's proceedings. So it'll be at present the two of you, unless you want to summon other department heads to be in at the meeting. It won't cost your crew support if you want them to chime in or give you advice from their departments, but you're the two that are most connected with what's going on the surface rather than normal day-to-day ship operations.
Engineering.
Yeah.
Well, we don't really care about Cronus. They don't need to run an engine down there.
The only reason we might have brought up here is because she's been in charge of the ship while we've been gone.
Actually, I will pull her in on that basis. That makes sense.
Keep her up to date.
Actually, well, no, you're seeing.
Especially because we're going to have to be beaming down now.
And actually, Lieutenant Commander Efrix, give me Insight Command difficulty 2. Varder can assist with this. This is to see if there's anything in the reports, like just the day-to-day brief. If there's anything of note that Tavada isn't a big deal, but to you might be.
Insight Command.
And ship helps with computer command because presumably you can look over the logs and check things for yourself because you would have done that on the way to the briefing, just as a normal thing.
Yeah.
I usually don't do this role because usually that's covering like, oh, by the way, you're logistically you should have this much more material. It's like we're not counting nails and canvas bags, yet.
Well, probably
That's
don't need
decent.
to have my complication range at 3 anymore.
Probably not. No.
No.
Do it.
Yeah, I definitely don't have a focus to help with
Nope.
that.
Maybe that's something I could trade in, like team dynamics or something, because I work with a team.
I mean, it's true.
Yep.
Oh, no, don't do that.
We were talking last week about I need a focus that's like not strictly
Medical.
medical, because all of mine are.
Hey,
Look at that. Watch me.
I'm assisting.
I'm not gonna say
Wait,
anything.
did I?
I'm helping.
Whoops.
Oh. Mhm.
Well, that's
That's two momentum generated.
Yeah.
I assume you want to quash that.
Yes, let's do that.
God damn it. Doctor!
Listen, if I have to roll anything but explaining things to people about medicine, I thought about burning I'm a doctor, but it's way too early.
Never too early.
And that's a 13. It's not like it's a bad roll.
It's not too early if you're a veteran because then you can just get it back.
I'm not though.
Sucks, don't it?
I really should have been. I don't know why I didn't choose that when I made the character.
So what? After her report, she makes the standard reports of certain so and so crew member did such and such. So and so did this. There was this minor thing that happened. But what catches your interest is that in the report, as part of a sort of planetary survey test, not so much anything that's because Kronos is a known planet, it's well mapped. Starfleet's been here multiple times. And just to calibrate the sensors, they're like checking against Kronos and nowhere like strategically important to them. There's certain areas they know not to scan because that ticks the Klingons off, unless the Klingons ask them to do it. They were scanning some mountain ranges nearby, and they noticed a weird energy spike in one of the mountain ranges near the hunting grounds. They're not sure exactly what that means, other than to say that it indicates some sort of facility or perhaps some sort of intense weapons fire. But there's nothing topographically, like nothing that you could see with just visual on down to the mountains. There doesn't seem to be a base there, and there doesn't seem to be in the reports when you look over the latest news on Kronos, there's no alert that, hey, by the way, don't make sure your crew doesn't go here because this is where a training exercise is going. Because they'll warn you of stuff like that so you don't accidentally get hurt. But yeah, it's a weird thing. It's a weird anomaly that to Vada means nothing, but you kind of remember that certain people were poking their noses around down there. And they
Yeah, I
haven't
was gonna
called in
ask,
for a bit.
Did we know that was where Pend was heading?
No, it's just there's just this tickle in the back of your mind of this doesn't seem like that seems odd.
And has a
Mhm.
fairly unique sidearm that I'm sure has a fairly unique energy signature, and we could check against it.
And that is what you notice. As Varder kind of notices that with your aid, you can see that there's that little weird blip in the energy signature that only his weapon would give off. Because it's one of those weapons that Klingons nor Starfleet uses. It could be a criminal. It could be
Yeah.
some smuggler, but
It's also not
I don't
particularly
know.
common.
Yeah, I mean it's
As far as I'm aware, it's not a common weapon.
No. There's a couple alien races that use it, but they're not major powers.
yeah, correlation is not causation, but it is suspicious.
That's why Vada doesn't bring it up because, like, oh, it's an energy surge. Neat, I guess. Like, it doesn't endanger the ship. It's small
Neat.
arms fire. What does she care?
They can fire that pistol up at the ship. What are they gonna do? Hurt it?
They might.
No.
They might try real hard.
Uh,
Hmm.
section of Klingon territory is this? Like, if it's marked, or is it just wildlands?
It's open countryside, marked as hunting grounds, where Targ and other such wildlife dwell. It's not really claimed by any particular family. It's more of a
Yeah.
designated area for people to do traditional hunting or rites of passage, that sort of thing.
And that
Yeah.
part is in the public section of the hunting grounds, right?
Yeah.
Not the.
Yeah, it's close to the Imperial grounds, but not like across its border.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Pend could be hunting if he wanted to be.
And call it the something.
Did he bring his comm badge with him? Don't think he did.
He did not.
If he did, we'd be able to track him.
Yeah, nor any means to. I could go down there off at some point and just be like, see if I can find him. If I can't, oh well. If I can, Pend, what the hell? And then he'll probably go, I outrank you, still go away. Just for an average conversation with Pend. If he was in danger, he'd do something fantastic to let us know. But if we know where he is, we can keep monitoring the area. And if things really pick up, then help him, possibly.
Yeah. They may not appreciate us beaming someone down in the
Yeah.
hunting grounds. We have permission
We do it from
to
we'll
beam
get
to
someone on sensors. If they can pick up
courthouse, but-
specifically a Tellarite down there, we can track the Tellarite. Possibly. And then if there's more weapons fired that is, say, disruptor in our nature, or other than his weapon, there we go. That's cause enough to send people down there and help.
we know he himself might be haunted, but it's possible that energy signature means that we created a distraction or succeeded in getting them off his tail. Who knows?
Mm-hmm. So that's something to organize. On the planet surface, I'm going to talk with the head of the garrison and get one of our own people stationed outside Grenon's cell. I am sure they'll prefer an Andorian, given, the warrior nature of both people. We don't exactly have Klingon security here.
I have got reports, by the way, says Vada, that they do have the body of the Cardassian that you shot the other day.
I stunned them.
Yeah.
The file says body. I don't know if that's Klingon joke or that's a linguistic quirk.
We'll find out when I get down there. That's why I was going to see if I could get someone else to be outside the cell so that I could personally try to handle that. I've got more experience with Cardassians than I imagine the Klingons do.
It's fair. I suppose I should probably talk to the ambassador and make sure we have permission to beam where we need to be. Since apparently walking is a bad idea for anybody that's not bothered.
If we do go to walking, I am sure the Klingons will no longer protest sizable security detachments. Given the presence of foreign agents acting against their interests. And our interests.
I do believe that it was Grenon's advocate that suggested we talk to the ambassador first.
You can do that if you would like. Or I can. Up to you.
I can. I've already spoken with the man.
Okay. Then I'll look at organizing or getting ops to look into that area, see if we can keep a tab on Pend, or hopefully it's Pend. If it's not Pend, then we're chasing a wild goose, but hey, better than nothing. That shouldn't take too long. I just need to point them in the right direction.
What are your standing orders regarding the crew we've had on the ground? Since you've been attacked, is it possible that the crew we've been letting go on shore leave might be in danger?
If they view them as potentially being a witness, this is assuming that they've targeted Ifrix because she might be a witness. It might be good to recall them, or have them go in groups of 3 and armed.
Well, I imagine the Klingons won't mind.
They won't mind them being armed, for sure. That's just standard Klingon day. But keeping them in groups of 3 means it's less likely that anything will go wrong, and if something happens to one of them, the other 2 will notice, or should notice. Anything seems out of the ordinary, they come back to the ship. If we pull everyone from the surface, everyone will know that we're on high alert. If we treat this as just a one-off incident, because I'm sure not everyone on the planet knows that that was a Klingon agent, I'm hoping the KDF is keeping that to themselves to some extent. Then,
I mean, even we aren't 100% sure.
no, but a Cardassian agent is
Picking off witnesses.
could either
When I
be
was-
a hired agent from someone against this court case, or it could be someone for you, Ifrix.
That was my thought originally, but when they attacked the rest of you, it shifted to being more likely that it was about the case.
They wouldn't fire, I mean, unless they got winds that I was looking into it for you, in which case they were shooting at me, but I didn't give them that opportunity. Either
Well,
way,
if
groups
it's
of 3
not a
armed.
body, we might be able to find out some information.
Either way, groups of 3 armed. Preferably, they've got a friend in security with them. This ship isn't exactly clicked specifically to science, sticks with science. So, we'll get that sorted.
I would agree. I don't want to recall everyone and have the Klingons involved accuse us of cowardice.
No, yeah, that's a good point. I
But
didn't
we-
consider that.
But we should be intelligent about things. Don't take extra risks. Make sure that you use the buddy system.
Pretty much. You get bumped into someone, or someone bumps into you, I guess check your arm. Or wherever it
That's the
hurts.
thing. It must have been such a tiny needle. I don't even have a mark.
I've heard of some versions of Cardassian style hyposprays that don't have that pain sensation when you're jabbed with it.
No, yeah, this
It-
was a little pin in the end of his glove.
Oh, well, never mind.
Well,
It's
pin, I didn't
possible-
examine it thoroughly at the time. It could have been a miniaturized hyperspray, but
It's possible that I did actually feel the pain, but he knocked me to the ground, so I could have just assumed that it was.
part of being hit.
Yeah.
No, when I get down to the planet, I'll look into it. As I said, the Klingons
My arm
really
went
shouldn't
kind
have
of
any
numb.
opposition to that. I'm the guy that shot him.
I just assumed that he hit a pressure point. Comes with the territory of being like 5'2" and being hit by a Klingon.
Sounds like that's a plan then. Get the sensor ops working on tracking pinned, if that is indeed pinned. Get crew on the surface and do buddy systems and armed. Because I know some of them would prefer to not carry phasers with them all the time, but oh well. And,
I think it's a wise decision to have on Clonus
Mhm.
anyway.
make sure we have the beam directly into the High Court, and ensure that we can get security outside Grennan's cell. My choice for that would be Lieutenant Thralok, unless you have particular need of her, Vata.
Nothing in particular, no. We have no beyond what's going on the ground. We don't have any special security on board the ship or any ship threats. If anyone shot at us, the other ships in the area would respond. So
My
I'm not
thought
too
is-
worried about it.
My thought is she's, well, an Andorian. They're on fairly decent terms with the Klingons in terms of, oh look, we both like to butt heads, so. And she's fairly good at her job.
Seems like the logical option.
Well,
Keep in mind too that at least for now, the 10th Fleet is still okay as far as the Klingons are concerned, but we are on thin ice, I believe the term is.
don't worry, I'll keep being loud and boastful and showing the Klingons up, and they'll like us more.
As long as
I mean,
as
that's
long
how
as
that works. Yeah.
the ambassador is still yelling, I think we're okay.
Is that all, Captain Efrix?
Oh,
Smart
That's
ass
weird.
smirk.
that's weird. Don't do that. I believe that's all, unless you have anything else, Lieutenant Commander Vata.
I was gonna start a level 2 diagnostic or level 1 of the engine assembly system since we're still gonna be here for at least one more day. Last I heard, so. But that does if we do that, it puts us in a position not to be able to move for a good chunk of the day. Especially, level 2 will put us out for a few hours, good chunk of the day. Level 1, we're not moving for the day because I have to take everything off. I figure since we're going to be here and we're in a relatively safe bit of space, but then again, if we're going to the caution of having armed away teams, I'm not so sure I want to put that in the schedule now and maybe put that off until we get back to Federation space. I'd prefer to do it sooner rather than later because we have been pushing the ship pretty hard.
Would we still have impulse?
We would have impulse at a reduced rate and we'd have full maneuvering. But we wouldn't be able to go to warp. It would take us a while to get the engine primed properly again.
I don't expect the entire Klingon fleet to turn against us. If one of them does, we can probably handle them with maneuvering thrusters and an impulse.
If the whole fleet turns against us, we have a lot
We've done
more
something
problems than just not being able to move. That's true. Is it going to reduce any of the other systems?
It should only reduce the engine systems, and it will reduce our power output. But beyond that, the other systems should be able to work fine, and we're not drawing because we want to keep the backup reactor. GM forgets if you have a secondary. I don't think you have a secondary, but you would have a backup reactor for general stuff.
I think we do.
Oh, you do. You have a full-on secondary reactor, yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, in that case, you would say, we're just gonna have to put more load on the secondary reactor. Cough, cough. The GM intended to half your power, but since you have a secondary, you'll just drop down by 5 because that's exactly what the secondary reactor's for. It's for stuff like this.
Okay, so this we're in orbit of Kronos and technically guests of the Klingon Empire at this time. I mean, guests might be really loose terms, but it really does not look good for them to allow a Federation vessel to be destroyed above their capital planet. If anyone does try to attack us, we just need to hold them off long enough for a KDF vessel to arrive and help us. We can do that with shields and weapons, what we have, and low impulse.
And if they get to help us, they will be so happy to be boasting about how they
So
saved
happy,
their
yeah.
asses. Yeah.
If we feel it necessary, we could ask the KDF to have a bird of prey or such nearby on the off chance, but that implies that we're expecting an attack above their homeworld, and they might not take well to that.
Yeah. I think it should be okay to run your diagnostic. And you're
All
right.
right.
We have been pushing the Kismet hard for a long time.
Yeah, I would have done it back at our last starbase, but they were,
Not
Uh,
accommodating.
yeah, they were willing to help us repair things, but I didn't feel very comfortable letting them poke around in the ship. Since it felt like they were trying to look for something to be wrong, so I just kept them on the outside and let our crew deal with the inside. Did make me friends back there, but I don't care. They're not part of our fleet.
Neither did
That's
I.
fair. Clearly,
Uh,
we were not their favorite people either.
no. They didn't particularly like that I was officially pardoned. Anyway, I think that's all we have.
But that's everything for me.
I believe that's all I have also. Oh, Barter, there are a few things that I may have not been able to communicate to you when I was drugged. A 10th Fleet vessel gave a first contact species the star charts of Klingon space. So that is why the Klingons are even more unhappy with us than they were before.
Oh.
Currently, the ambassador is still in the mode of shouting.
So it's
So we're currently okay, but it is something to keep in mind.
well, that
But they're-
probably means a slower response from Klingon. Whatever.
And maybe. I don't know how well known that is beyond.
Either way, I suppose anything good we do here with the Klingons helps smooth that over for whoever it was that did it. I'm supposing you shouldn't tell me.
It's a newer ship and not super familiar with them. Haven't had time to look them up since I've been not drunk.
Oh, what's the newest ship in the fleet? The Tenchi? Oh, I blame them.
No.
You said it was to a new alien species?
Yes.
I think that's an Andromeda. I have a classmate working in the engineering department aboard there. They're somewhere near the edge of the galaxy, something like that, near Gorn
Yes.
space. She shrugs.
Near Gorn space? Isn't that where the technological whatever the heck
I
name there
did.
was?
I did ask if it was the technocracy. It was not. That might have been better.
Oh, but that's two
then
first contacts from the same region of space, though.
Indeed. This one, they are relatively sure that they are involved in piracy. So it might have been better if it had been the technocracy, but it wasn't.
Right. So they gave a suspected pirate element the star charts to the Klingon Empire. And we're the ones in trouble with Starfleet?
Yeah.
There was
I
a-
know.
You
this
know.
whole mutiny thing.
Like-
you know.
I'm sorry, to me that just seems like they've got bigger fish than us.
Well, I mean, we did technically go rogue and
At least we had good reason.
Well, we haven't had a chance to
Yeah, but we're not James Kirk.
prove that yet. To the brass, anyway. We haven't been in direct contact with them. Besides that,
One thing we almost forgot. Our guests in the brig,
yes.
the freedom fighters or whatever they are.
I suppose there is a diplomatic attaché down there for us. We could ask them. if they
that
can
is a
get
good point.
us in contact with representation for them.
I'm honestly just about at the point of putting more security on the hangar bay and just giving them proper quarters under security, of course, but what can they really do to escape? And they're not outwardly hostile towards us.
Just unhappy.
That's just a throw of thought in the air. You can ignore it.
That is something we could discuss with the diplomatic attaché. Also, I think he's not super happy with
Either
us
way,
right
we're not
now,
handing
but
them
you
over
know,
to the Klingons. We're not handing them over to the Klingons, so it's probably
No.
not his problem.
no, but he might be able to get us into contact with representation for them. That's what they asked for, and we should endeavor to do that.
True. Oh well. It's one more
All
thing
right,
for you
I
to
will.
mention then.
Yes, I will add that to my conversations.
So what you're saying is you have a very boring day ahead of you, Captain.
I don't know.
It sounds like the kind of day Grennan would relish.
Aw.
Oh, not another one of his speeches. Please don't give a speech, Doctor.
Hmm.
Didn't we stop him
No,
giving a speech in the Klingon midbay? He was thinking about it. I'm sure he was thinking about it.
I think he's always thinking of speeches. That's why he was so prepared to translate one into Klingon.
I'm glad I didn't understand Klingon.
I mean, I think it probably is still translated for us.
Oh yeah, you could just turn that off though.
Mine had subtitles because I was watching it on that.
Subtitles.
His accent was pretty good.
Yeah,
Better
it
than
was
mine.
certainly better than mine.
Oh no, I've got a very good accent for like one specific phrase.
Kapla?
Okay, two specific phrases.
All right. If that's all, I think we have busy days before us, and I have quite a bit to. You and I have quite a bit to do before the hearing starts today. Hopefully,
Let's
I
find out
will
if this is
make
the
it.
Obsidian Order.
Yeah. Let's hope I make it there today. I am going to wear that undercover armor, though.
Body armor still prepared, so go for it. Oh, that's another thing that away teams could take if they, or people going to the surface could take if they feel like it. We've got body armor that looks just like your uniform. Just been having that ready.
It is an option for them.
If you wish to create that, by the way, these precautions with like the extra teams and having, if you just want to have extra teams and better security arrangements for your away teams, that will be control security difficulty 2. If you want them being armed normally would cost you more difficulty on other worlds. It's Kronos; they don't care you're armed. Honestly, they prefer you were. Diff
Yeah, they probably
3.
were like, "Why don't you have a weapon? Are you dumb?"
The difficulty increases to 3 if you're having everyone have the undercover armor, because it's a matter of keeping track of it, making sure it doesn't get stolen, and all that sort of stuff.
Oh,
because a lot of people come and go on shore leave. Like that's quite a few. You're talking like 30 upwards of 100 people in a day.
Oh well. Given Varder is also going down armed and with the hidden body armor, lead by example.
Yeah, actually.
Hey. I'll give you a threat for a third die because.
I mean, I guess it's possible since we're asking them to take all these extra precautions that may dissuade some people from going down.
I'll give you a threat for a third die and a reroll.
And ship does help. I'm trying to. It's something security. I'm just not sure what off the top of my head.
I would offer to help, but I don't think you want me to help.
Communications?
We'll go with communication. I was thinking structure, but that doesn't make sense. That's like force fields and stuff. So yeah, communications.
Yeah, well, they're the same anyway.
Oh well, immaterial. 2 momentum generated. As
Woo!
you now have all away teams now have that arrangement. So
It would only have mattered if it was computers or weapons. Otherwise, it's 10.
this same difficulty, one, it keeps track that no one forgets to do it or no one loses track because they don't think it's a big deal, and it also puts it in such a way that if they're asked, they're like, oh well, Chief of Security said to do that because there was attack yesterday, and the Klingons will just shrug off, go, no, that makes sense.
Yeah.
They're properly briefed without you going into, we don't trust that your security forces will keep us safe. Like, that's going to be part of the briefing down the road for anyone who's going down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some people might not even go down because of that. Like, oh, you know what? I'm good. I'll visit another time.
Which is fair
That's what I
enough,
was saying.
honestly.
I was like, with all these extra security precautions, it may dissuade some people from even going.
So a
Which-
lot are still going down because it's, they're
Yeah.
oh well, we get to go armed and we
I
have
mean,
we have armor. Sure, I'll go.
Yeah, they probably figured that
We're
Cronus is
armored,
not-
and there's 3 of us? What?
they probably figured Cronus is a little bit dangerous even to begin with. So
Yeah.
All right. Captain, I assume I'll be keeping the ship and you two will be heading down. She says that she's
That's
about to
the
get up and
plan.
leave.
Unless you have any evidence that we need to take down with us to help Grinnon, then yes, you have the con of the ship.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
And if I find anything weird about the engines, I'll be sure to call you right away. Just so we don't get surprised, so you're not surprised later.
All right. And do have ops look into that energy signal.
Will do.
Let's make sure that if Pind needs us, we can help him.
To look into the energy signature, either one of you will have to do it, or you can activate somebody to do the actual scan. It would be a reason science roll difficulty. I have the threat. The base is like 4, but I'm gonna up it to 5.
I think we're activating someone
And
for a reason science roll. Let me look at Varder's flat.
I mean, I
what
have
is
a
this? 11.
I have a 15, but I don't think I have anything.
Yeah, I don't think you got to focus. And given we want someone to be continually keeping track of this, we probably want a crew support on the ship that's just
Yeah.
watching this.
Who
while
we
we're on the
got
planet
that's good
even.
at science?
The difficulty goes down by 1 due to our sensors.
Correct. So it drops back down to 4.
Uh,
It's high dip because it's something that's happening deep within the planet. So
Yeah.
the rock's already making life hard on you as it is.
I mean, we've got Cecile with geology, which would probably
That would apply.
and observation. What's her reason science? 15,
hey,
I was gonna
Sing
say,
Song.
and she's got cautious science. Technical expertise allows her to reroll a ship as well.
Yes.
Cecile,
Yeah.
then?
Although,
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't have a lot in the way of science.
Yeah. And if we activate Cecile,
and
then we
then-
get to give her something else later, which means congratulations, she gets better.
I think she's reaching her upper limit.
She also has a note to add something at the end of the session still from something else. So we
So
didn't
we're
add
at
something
2
last
now.
time she was used.
Oops.
You can add that now because that's something that was pending anyway.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I have no clue what to add for her. We do put her on sensors a lot. Is the only thing I can think of. I don't know the
Well,
talents for science.
I was gonna say, well, it's more of a question of what doesn't she have?
She's got cautious, she's got lab cat, and she's got technical expertise.
Oh, she only has 3 of the 4 talents,
Yep.
so we want to give her another talent.
And she does have a value, which is
I
never
do
maxed
have the
out.
science book, but it is not open currently.
Focuses on geology, robotics, astrophysics, botany, and observation.
So she could take another focus as well.
Yep.
Sensor operations?
I mean, right now she's got geology and observation, which works for those right now. We don't
Oh,
need
so
to give
yeah,
her-
maybe not.
Yeah, as a friendly GM tip, observation would cover a lot of sensor operations for me at least. Other GMs not so sure about that, but I usually call it because it usually involves observing what the sensor readings are telling you.
I don't know if there's a specific sensor talent or something like that?
Well, that's technical expertise. There's also like one other that does stuff with sensors. Here, I'll grab the science one.
I have it too. I'm waiting for my computer to load it.
Basic, but I have a different thing. I've got a website with links and
Here we
everything.
go.
Tells me everything I need.
Science. Here we go. Science talents. Baffling briefing. Dedicated focus. Expert. Lab rat. Lab cat. Mental repository. Analysis.
Dedicated focus.
Yeah, dedicated focus is fun.
Yeah, I've got that for Vux with Astro Navigation.
Hmm.
Practice. Just doesn't have testing a theory. No. Yeah. Yeah. The science talents in the science book are kind of weird. A lot of them are very niche.
Well, it sounds like science to me.
Yeah, I could definitely see dedicated focus, perhaps. Or expedition expert.
I mean, we can just go with what she's got right now. I don't think we can particularly give her anything that'll help. So it'll just be something in general, whatever. Does that make
Yeah.
sense?
That's
I
fine. That
can-
can be worked on in the background if you want.
Yeah.
Because I just want to
Yeah.
let you know that you could take it now if you had something that jumped to mind. Like, oh god, we
Yeah.
should totally have that. It's like,
And
no,
I don't have anything
Yeah.
that jumps to mind for her right now. Like, she's pretty well rounded as it is. So, who wants to roll Cecile?
not me.
I would
Druid.
honestly Ron, given they've not been doing much rolling recently.
Yeah, I was gonna say, does it round one too?
Iron Shirt Boy.
I'll roll her.
I mean, is
Alright,
there a round
what am I
here?
rolling?
Doesn't seem like he's here, yeah. So she's, you know what she's got. You can see her sheet. Ta-da, ta-da. It's reason,
Yeah.
science, difficulty 4. Ships
With
assisting.
a focus.
The ship's
Okay,
already
so
rolled
we're
one.
spend a momentum for a third die.
Yeah, because she has cautious.
Hell, you could even spend 2 momentum and a threat for 4
Yeah.
dice.
I'd rather take it with the re-roll because is that sensor science roll for this?
But yes, that's for this.
So,
That's the
yeah.
ship already helping.
I'll re-roll that one. Uh-oh.
You see, this is when I'm right. You've got a determination. Congratulations. This is really one of the reasons I'm right. 18 and a 19.
What's this task for? We could give her a value.
She's already got a value.
We could give her another one that will let her
Yeah,
re-roll
true.
that 0.
But this is Never Backs Down, and Never Backs Down also works for I'm not going to back down from tracking penned underground, damn it.
I mean, there's always more to see.
Ooh, I like that value though.
That also works, yeah, there's always more to see.
Or the one that I have about research.
There's always more to see. I like that.
You would.
Feels like
I
a.
don't-
Shut up.
Oh, challenge accepted.
Good, I guess.
The GM doesn't talk for the rest of the session.
There we go. That's 4 successes. Barter, you may now say, "I told you so."
I did. I already said it.
Oh, poor
Aw.
GM. Oh no, GM, we love you.
All of Starfleet Command is sad. I'm not sure why. They just have this psychic urge to be sad. It's probably Grennan's fault. Time to demote him.
Everything's Brennan's fault. Let's be honest.
I mean, with a reputation of 3, yes.
God.
So
This is all your fault, Jafar.
sensors indicate from Cecile that there is it's not just that there was weapons fired down there. What's odd, and it took a lot of digging around in the sensor logs, it would seem that there is an energy signature of a starship within the mountains. It's not active or anything, but it's as if something is on standby or something's ready to go. Which is weird because they don't know. There's nothing in the Alliance defense files regarding any special. There are like hidden hangars and stuff for like for fighters, but they usually don't. They usually aren't like full on like proper starship bays.
Oh, I just came to a realization. I didn't have to spend my determination there for that.
Why not?
Technical expertise. It says you can re-roll any die, including the ships. So
Yeah, you could have rerolled your own die.
yeah. So I didn't have to spend my determination for that.
I
Oh,
thought it was
value-
just for re-rolling the ship. Huh.
See, the GM should
Yeah,
have said that.
Yeah, the kicker of technical expertise is that it lets you re-roll any die, including the ships, but the requisite is it has to be a sensors or computers test.
So if it's anything else, it doesn't apply.
Okay.
How?
Or if
how
you're not using the
could you?
ship. You can ask extra questions. I think you have one freebie sitting in your pocket. No, that's a different ship. Sorry.
Yeah, that'd be like the Hatfield.
Yep.
They get the pre-question.
But that's the information she gets. That is weapons fire that was detected earlier. And what's weird, and this is what the is that there's possibly a starship in the mountain somewhere. But it's not like sitting there with its engines fully on. It's as if they're on standby, ready to fly, like they're prepped to fly, but not actively like sitting there with their engines on, weapons on, all that. Because that would make them ping Y. That they'd be super hot at that point.
See, why have you done that? You told me I can steal a ship.
Yeah, really, we don't even need to help Pendil, just steal the ship.
Yeah. Man, that just seems to be like the MO of this damn crew.
Steal ships.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know
Hey,
what you're talking about.
Listen,
Myth did it.
Hijack inspired you.
Yeah.
We could alter our orbit to be above where that ship should come out at, or in such a way that if it tries to leave the planet, we can be above it fairly easily, even on impulse only.
Yeah, geosynchronous orbit. That would be a control command or a con roll, but I don't think anyone's doing a con roll. Well, actually, you could activate somebody. To be fair, so it's either difficulty's the same. It'd be diff. Do you want to hide the fact that you're sitting there, or are you gonna like just go proper? No, we're 100%. We're right on top of that point. Difference between diff 2 and diff 3 is mechanically speaking.
Let's try and disguise it a bit, I guess. Yeah.
And I'll be a little mean and up the comp by 1.
No, of
okay.
course you will.
Why not? It's not like you guys ever roll comp anyway.
Yeah. Me.
So that would be if you're telling Con to do it, or you're telling that it'd be, I'm gonna call it control command difficulty 3. If someone's doing the flying bit of it, it's control con difficulty 3. Either way, the ship assists with engines con. Sorry. Yeah, it's engine con. I'm right. I was right the first time.
Do we want to activate someone, or should we just have like Varder with a 14 yell at people? I mean, he won't yell at people, but you know,
Do the yelling.
more pointing out things like, let's get us here and try to not look like we're doing it. Suggestions? Yes, no, Varder talk.
I don't
or
know.
Get someone else to do it.
Pind knows the most about the flight crew, so
Yeah, like Varder would not have a focus. Oh, no, he wouldn't have a focus because he's not doing it himself.
Well, I mean, from the 3 members of the flight staff, 2 of them are well used. So if we were to go con, I'd probably say let Yego do it so she can get some experience. But that's whether you want to go that route.
Which she's got a control con the same as Varder does. Wait, she's con?
Yeah.
She's got a 12 in control con, and nothing for flying as a focus.
I didn't say she
Has
was
she been-
fantastic.
has she been used before?
No.
Okay, so we
I
could
think
be
she's
using.
been used for medical before once, but she's only been used the once.
So that means we'd get to give her something at the end of the session, but not right now.
Yeah.
But it's experience. Sometimes you just get a junior officer to do something so they can get used to the job.
Yeah.
If we
It's
got
just
her to
with
do
the
it, could Varder
com.
still assist by instructing her to do it?
No, the only person who could direct, as it were, would be Efrix, because she's
Efrix, yeah,
technically the
true.
CO.
Which
Yeah.
if I was directing her to do something, I could use Docker's orders
Up to you.
and use.
Like, we can't entirely use her. It's a diff 3 comp to.
I mean, like I say, you don't have to use it. It's just one of those with a lot of our support. Eventually, we're gonna have to start using them.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
do need to spread out to use it. I mean, yeah.
I assume if we comp or if we roll complications too, they're just gonna know we're there, which is not like we're not doing anything wrong. So
Or GM
Well,
takes
I
threat.
mean, spent 7 threats. They're super offended, and a war has been started. What? We were just moving. How is that
didn't
7
tell you.
threat?
we didn't tell you you could move.
You didn't tell us we couldn't either. Sure, I'm fine with using her, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
We've got a Efrix assist as well, and the ship assisting.
Yeah, do we want Aron to roll for Yego?
Is her on here?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Where are they? Security, astronomy. You're in here somewhere. No, you are. There.
Yego
No,
is
So-
con medical.
Ensign Ozal Diego.
Here's the thing:
Oh,
do
this
we
one.
want me to take the lead so I can use Doctor's orders?
It's up to you.
Because that puts
What are we
me.
doing?
It
Control-
lets.
Doctor's orders would not apply in this case because it's not a
Okay.
medical issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't have to
I
be
mean, but
a medical
you're-
issue.
Doesn't it? I thought it had to be related to you ordering someone in a medical
When-
situation.
When you attempt a task to coordinate others or to coerce someone to take or refrain from a specific action,
Oh,
you may use your medical discipline instead of command.
bite my tongue. Yeah. That shouldn't be there anymore.
Control con.
Because that puts me at a 15.
Yeah, it's probably best if Efrix rolls primary. At least Yego will still get
Mhm.
experience for possible stuff later.
That's
down
what
the
I was
line.
thinking.
Because she can still roll the assist in that case.
The only thing I won't have is a focus, but that's okay. We say comp range 2.
Yes. Diff 3.
I'm gonna spend so that I can have cautious. 2. Everybody's okay with that?
I'm not.
Of course not. So control medicine.
Correct.
Because effectively it's come out. Yep.
Oh, it didn't take the. Did it take the comp? It was still
yeah,
be
that's a
okay.
17.
Yeah,
You're
comp
fine.
range
Yeah.
2 is a 19.
Yeah, it didn't take my comp for whatever reason when I clicked it.
Ah. Trying to cheat. See how it is.
No, I swear I clicked it.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Yeah.
So comp of 2, focus of astrophysics,
Yes, actually.
rolling 1 die.
Well, we still gain 1,
Should I reroll that 0? Should we risk?
if you wish.
Yeah.
So I'll actually note that in my notes. That's where you are. You're basically right there. Okay. Where are you? There you are. Doop.
Oh boy.
All right. Now you have the con.
I believe that's it for the briefing before you guys head down.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
no,
Well,
that's
I
everything
need
we should
to.
do on the ship, right?
Yeah, I need to talk to the ambassador to make sure that we're
Yep.
cool to beam where we need to beam.
And I'll probably just go down with you and then walk out because what are they gonna do? Attack me? Sure, they can try.
Do you want to call them
Copy.
to the ship, or do you want to go down there in person and ask them?
We already have permission to beam to the embassy, right?
You always do. Embassy is
Yeah.
Federation territory.
Yeah. So we can just go down then.
Well, technically, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. The problem is that still puts us. Well, I guess we could beam from the embassy to the courthouse, which seems like excessive, but I guess it's not if that's what it takes.
And Varda can just go down with you and then walk across to the garrison afterwards. Actually, might as well take Thralak with us down.
Mm-hmm.
Rather
yeah.
than saying we'll beam her down afterwards, we'll just bring her with me and say, I'm bringing her to watch the cell outside, and then it's harder to argue with me if she's already here.
So
That's
that's your
fair.
away team.
Yes.
Any extra gear you're bringing with you?
Aside from the body armor? No.
Yeah, I think.
Actually, what was the poison used on Efrix? I think that was
It-
identified.
It was a type of, I believe, if memory serves, it was a type of neurotoxin,
Yeah. It
like a
was.
slow-acting one that gives it a bit of lag time.
Is there a specific antidote to that, or
For a momentum, you could have a specific antidote synthesized.
Yeah.
it
I
seems
didn't-
unlikely that they'll have multiple types of poisons, and if anything, it's a good precaution to have if anyone we know is hit with it.
Yeah. That's fair.
And knowing what I know about first aid kits in general when it comes to stuff like that, I'll let you have a set of 3 because it's
Okay.
you can easily just tell the computer synthesize 3 of this. It's like, okay.
Yeah. Is that on my person?
And if there's 3 of them, we could just split them up.
Oh man,
I
have so
don't
much
know
stuff
much, but I know how
yesterday.
to stick a needle in someone.
Do
I
you?
think.
Especially
not have
under
all
the
of this.
fingernails.
Jeez.
I will say that because what part of it as well is that you're replicating hyposprays that have it already loaded. So Efrix, you could have one. You could put that in your kit for Varder and Thralik. It'd be a hypospray you have in your pocket.
Yeah.
The only catch with that is that, for example, if someone tried to steal it from Efrix, this is just for future reference, but like if someone tried to steal that from Efrix, they'd have to steal the whole kit. And it's stealing someone's bag. It's kind of obvious. But if they steal a hypospray, that's not as noticeable because it's fairly
Yeah.
small. It's hand-sized, so. But it's an
But-
anti-venom, so I wouldn't sweat it too much, just letting you know
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
future times
And
we do
it's
this.
also trying to steal it from 2 security people.
Yeah.
It's not like they took a pad out of your hand.
You almost beat them on that roll anyway.
I did.
I believe that's it for the away team.
Yep.
Mhm.
Okay, so we will cut to someone else in mortal danger. I mean, someone who's exploring something.
In mortal danger.
Same thing.
Is it wrong?
Every
Um,
time.
Whoops. We need to make sure I'm taking you to the right place. New scene, by the way. Not that it matters. You're at 0 momentum.
Iran is busy flirting with the Klingon ambassador.
Most definitely.
That's very dangerous. Now.
Ooh, that's
Pen.
creepy music.
You've been walking through some dark caverns. Although this path you've been taking has been, it seems less. You're not a geologist, but you've been in enough underground bases in your tenure where there's natural carving and then there's purposely worked.
Oh, that's good to know.
Give me insight security or insight engineering, oddly, difficulty 2, to notice something up ahead.
I believe
You see a light up ahead, but what that light is will depend on your role.
Okay, well, I believe I'll be going for insight security.
I'll up the comp by 1, because why not? Oops. No. Shoot,
Yes,
shoot.
spend it all.
No, I almost got rid of some of the map artifacts. Whoops.
Would you take former operative or survival?
Since you're using security, I'll take either. Yes. If it was engineering, I wouldn't.
So what was the difficulty?
2.
So I will give you 1 threat for a reroll.
1 threat, I.
Oh yeah, I'll reroll it.
You notice that the lights up ahead look like a type of floodlight, and it looks to be of a more it's oddly not of a red tint. It's actually more of a white light or yellow light, which is more common with, because Klingons like red light because it's easier on their eyes. They can see fine in it. So this is a Klingon installation. That's what it would be. If it's for example, it's Cardassian, it's a much more harsher yellow light because again, it's easier on their eyes. Tellarites don't need as much light; they can have low light, for example. But this is a white light, a white floodlight, which you would only really do if you wanted some area to be very well lit, or if you were trying to make sure you could see something very clearly, like technical work or something like that. Humans love white light because their light spectrum is fairly limited compared to most species.
I mean, I think the most important thing I should ask next is how many lights are they?
But to seriously answer your question, I won't charge you for this. It would seem that there's many lights, many floodlights that are making sure which means that there isn't any real shadowy areas to slink around in. It's meant to be, it's either a security measure or it's a technical thing. Like it's important that they see what's on the ground or what's in a corner.
Could I get as close as possible without stepping into the light to try and get a better view of the illuminated area?
It would be a daring security opposed by whoever's in there.
Oh, Jesus, daring.
Oops, that's not right. That's 100% the wrong thing.
Operative, composure, or survival? I mean, because I'm trying to be sneaky.
Operative, yeah.
Take 1 threat for the reroll. And I assume the comp has gone back down to 1.
It has, yes.
I'll reroll at 0.
I need to check that stats on something. Actually, I'll just roll the dice because I can. If it's too high, it won't matter anyway. Because of the presence of many eyes in the other area, they have 1 die for free.
That's fair.
That's 1 hit. I don't even have to look.
I mean, but the 2 18s, Jesus.
Yeah, it's like no one's stats that good unless they're a friggin' like boss monster. So I won't even bother looking it up.
So is that 2 momentum?
Yes.
So what do my elven eyes see?
So as you peer into the room, this seems to be like a stairway where you're in that would go down to a much larger chamber that would lead to here. where there seems to be a Klingon in armor who's standing guard, mainly looking out, not up here, but more looking this way. A couple Klingons who are moving some crates, are directing other Klingons who I won't note because if it came down to combat, they're not a relevant threat. You can tell on a glance, like no, they're not strong enough to do it. They seem to be more young, very young Klingons or very older Klingons. The kind of use the kind of Klingons tend to use for basic labor, not warriors per se. These two are directing them to moving a lot of crates heading this way. In this area seems to be a large, it looks more like this part here looks more like a mine or something like that. It looks like something you'd have underground. Over here, it looks like a massive like hangar bay area, just large enough for a D7 spacecraft that you can see off in the distance that is being loaded. There's a few Klingon officer, well, it's hard to see any rank or anything, but they're in uniform, KDF uniforms. They seem armed. And they're watching, they're making sure stuff is getting into the ship. They're checking it and scanning it, stuff like that. Over here, you can see a very distinct Starfleet uniform, and it looks to be a Starfleet uniform with red collar. He looks like your Rear Admiral Lundwinger that you're looking for. He seems to be, they seem to be carting him off into words.
Like, is it one of those like tiny little Klingon scout ships?
Oh no, this is like a full-on D7. It's a proper cruiser.
Oh wow, okay.
Like this is not to scale. This thing's huge, yeah. But they're moving up to like a gangplank, a entryway in the side of the ship. Like the cargo ramps this way, but there's like a area to put people on that way, and he's sliding out on what looks to be some sort of grav lift.
Well, shit.
You can see why I thought weapons fire might come up. I didn't want to assume you were going to start shooting, but that might come up. Is what I think is going to happen. But who knows? You might maybe that gunshot was somebody else. Who knows?
Didn't he shoot his way into the cave?
That's true. He did. Never mind.
I thought that's what you were talking about.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Totally intentional.
God damn it.
There, I didn't create a time paradox. Go me. That was entirely my good. Arder did not help me in any way.
I mean,
wait, this is all recorded. Damn.
I think I already know the answer to this one. Is it possible to unload weapons fire silently? I don't think so.
God, no. You there is a way, but you'd need a specialized weapon for that. And Starfleet
has one.
They have one. It's a rifle. And it's almost never used because, well, Starfleet generally doesn't go around assassinating people or doing silence runs.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Garrick's thing.
Jim, how would you like 2 momentum to create an advantage?
Depends on the advantage.
That there happens to be a disruptor rifle lying around?
You can attempt.
Because do disruptor rifles have silence?
No, they don't.
Well, there's no point in that idea then.
Yeah. You could, if there was anything that was silent, it'd be like a throwing knife. That'd be a silent weapon.
Could I look around if there's any swords, batleths, anything?
Give me insight security difficulty 2. If you make it, just so you know, resource-wise, if you make it, you can, with opportunity and threat, you can buy weapons. Like you might find something that's just being stored up here by chance, or down here, if you roll a complication.
That's fair. Will you take either former operative survival?
I'll take operative in this case.
take 1 threat.
Okay.
I shall re-roll that complication.
That is, you got that. So, because you didn't whiff on it, you can find some materials up here. If you're looking for a stabbing implement,
I want a stabbing weapon, please.
you are dead now. You are dead to me. I'm just changing scenes. You're just dead. I don't care. The thing blows up and kills all of you. I don't care anymore.
Definitely. Christ.
Yes, Moses.
Every time.
Eventually, I'll load the file. I want to say it's like 1 and 1 or 1 and 2, depending on the blade. I want to make sure I'm right. Oh, a dagger is 1 momentum or 1 opportunity. A mek'leth, or like just a sword, is opportunity 1 as well. It's just bigger. You can't hide it. A batleth is opportunity 1, escalation 1.
Which one?
You can get a bludgeon as well, like a club.
Yeah.
And that's op 1. If you want a rifle and stuff like that, well, I don't know if you want a rifle. If you did want a rifle, it'd be 1 and 2.
No, I kind of want to stay as quiet as possible for as long as possible. So, what does more damage, just sword or the batleth?
The sword is 2 challenge die and vicious 1. The batleth is 3 challenge dice, vicious 1. The only downside with batleth is it's 2-handed, so you couldn't be pistol and batleth. You need 2 hands to use it properly.
Yeah, I think I'll take the sword then, so I can dual wield a sword and a pistol.
Okay, I will charge you 1 momentum for that, as you kind of just grab one of those. And the sound of a sword being picked up does not alert anybody, because that's not a weird sound. So
I just need to add a sword to my sheet 1 second.
Yep. It would be marked as a mek'leth.
Could I get a spelling for that?
There you go. That's the thing Worf uses a lot in DS9. I don't think he used it in TNG, but it's that weird looking weapon.
What are the qualities?
None. It's a melee weapon. It's the only thing.
And it's a vicious 1?
Yes. And if you did decide to throw it, I would increase base difficulty of whatever you're doing by 1, because it's not meant to be thrown. It's kind of big for that. But people have done it. Klingons have hucked a mek'leth across the room and just nailed someone with it, but, you know.
No, I probably won't chuck it. I need to use it.
I'm going to start pulling up their stats now. I get the feeling they're going to get stabbed, and I need to know how they can stab you back. Or not. You could be diplomatic and talk them all into opening daycares for Ferengi. I don't know. I don't want to assume your actions.
God.
You don't want to assume my actions, but look at the situation I'm in. What do you think is going to happen?
Tea time?
Yes, I shall be drinking the blood of my enemies.
And
I thought you were referencing golf. He was gonna just,
I'll note that this guy looks to be, without question, is an officer. I said these both were officers, so this guy is an officer, but he's a junior. This guy is obviously the leader of the group. That's outside. There's with a D7 without unless you do a specific roll off the top of your head. That's a full proper cruiser, and it's probably crewed. If you want more details, you'd have to roll for that if you want.
No, I'm just going to assume to not alert the D7 I'm right next to.
Yeah. It's not like it has rear-facing phaser banks or anything.
Sure.
I mean, phaser banks? No.
Oh, yeah, it would be phaser banks. It would be disruptor cannons. My bad. Actually, it does have phaser banks as well, funny enough. It has
If only Klingons wore helmets so that you could, do the stormtrooper thing.
It's almost like they don't do the whole helmet thing for a reason. So they look cool, they get to have flowing hair.
Yeah, I understand
Also,
that feeling.
since I'm nearly tall enough.
So, GM, would you allow me to attempt to sneak up on this one?
It would be an opposed roll of daring security or fitness security to get down to where he is without him noticing. He gets a +1 because somebody might accidentally see you and point you out.
That's fine.
Like he gets a free die because there's just so many Klingons here and there's just really good light. You're kind of moving quietly and as quickly as you can before someone notices what you're doing.
Would you take form operative, survival, or composure?
I would take composure or former operative because you are literally you're walking out to a well-lit room and just moving as quickly and as quietly as you can before someone notices you. That's a little nerve-wracking.
I mean, I should have asked, is there a way I can spend 2 momentum for a box?
Solid snake your way across.
For 2 momentum, you could actually. Yeah.
you just do this. You just
Well,
get a cardboard box.
not so much a solid snake moment, but the idea that there's enough cover that you could move cover to cover and kind of be hidden.
I'll take it.
Nah, he's in a box.
Yeah,
We're all imagining him in a box now. You can't take that away from us.
Yeah, it's canon. I'm going to sneak in a Klingon hangar with a D7 under a box with a sword and a gun.
Hey, if Snake could do it with a rocket launcher, anyone can do it.
Do it, coward.
If you want, you can be hiding in a box. You could bring it with you.
Oh my god.
I mean, for shits and giggles, I'm going to do it.
Okay.
This is the best day of my life.
While singing Krunk's stealthing song.
I would totally put up the Snake music, but I don't want the recording to be muted.
Yeah.
Because that would totally happen. I know it.
Take a threat for it so I can get a reroll.
Okay, I'm gonna spend that threat and one more.
That's fine, and I'm going to spend 2 momentum.
So we're both rolling 4 dice by my count.
Come on, big money, no whammies. I'll reroll 1. 4.
Ooh. It would be this guy's stats. He'd be using his insight security, so his number's that. So that's that. Wow. That's only 2 hits.
Oh shit.
Oh my god. You gain how much momentum?
2.
2.
Nice.
It's what he spent.
I would like to just stand up with the box still on and attempt to kill a Klingon with a sword.
Well, wait. Are the other Klingons like in plain sight?
But they
what's
haven't.
what are the distances here?
Right now he's close, getting into contact with them. These guys are medium. These guys are long. Technically, this guy's long as well. And anyone in the ship is considered extreme.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not there. They could, if they look over, they might see him, but so far they haven't. But if a fight breaks out, they can get into the fight really quickly. They could shoot from where they're standing without any difficulty.
Kind of attempting to stealth kill.
So in effect, you're gonna be rolling yet another stealth check, but this time it's gonna be daring security. And it's the same. They get 3 dice base, and it's not so much them. If they make the roll, then he could do damage too because he's in melee, and they might yell "Look out!" and he might be able to hurt you. If he doesn't make it, then you can do damage to him. If you drop him in one go, you're fine. If you don't, he's gonna yell out, and then they're gonna start combat because he'll have time to yell as a minor, "I'm being attacked."
I mean, that's fair.
Oh man. Oh, this is great.
But with that, as a sort of cliffhanger, I'll be right back. I have to go do an errand real quickly, so I shall be back soon. But I'll type out what the thing it was.
Yeah, I think it was daring security opposed. Or for me, anyway.
Oh man, Pen sneaking in the box is all I needed tonight.
How about your character's freedom?
I mean, that too. That'd be nice.
Can you guys hear my cat purring in my lap?
Nope.
No, but let your cat know that we love it. Give it lots of pets.
Oh.
Oh, that's a purry boy.
It's a girl, but yeah.
Purry girl.
Yeah. I leaned my microphone down towards her and she went right for it. She knows you like it.
My
Now
cat is
she's
sitting just outside my door, looking like she's pouting. But the door's not shut. She could definitely come in here if she wanted.
she was rubbing her head against the shock mount.
Every second is great. Sleepy bag. Oh man.
Yeah, I just need to wait to see if I can use one of my focuses, but... I mean, would you guys prefer if I went in guns blazing?
I mean, no, please don't. Stop that.
I think it's just that most of us are not good enough at combat to think we could pull this off, so we'd just be like, I gotta talk to him.
I mean, to be
Minus
fair,
Farter, of
yeah,
course.
I have an 8 in daring, so it's not my best attribute.
Varda could pull it off.
Oh, I'm gonna pull it off.
Oh dear. This is gonna happen. This is a thing. That is gonna happen.
Yeah, and if it's successful,
I
we've
love that one.
got solid penned in cannon.
Solid bend.
Solid pen, really? You went there?
Might as well.
Penned. Penned. Penned.
That's just Grennan usually.
Penn just crouches down and hides the shrubbery.
I am one with the rock.
Can you smell what the rock is cooking? Kitty, don't lay there. That's my interface. And my bed table. Please. I have important things there.
Yep.
Oh my god, that's great. That's some A+ stealth.
I know that feeling, Baron.
Cats don't give a shit.
Like, that interface is already so warm. Please don't lay on it.
Yeah.
Oh no, I saw a great thing that was like, oh, what was the joke? Cat owners always joke that cats are the ones that boss us around, but it's really more like a idiot king and long-suffering royal advisor type relationship.
Ah, very good, sir.
Yeah, 'cause,
Jenkins,
like, the-
pull out the finest carpet. I wish to puke.
Very good, sir.
So I bought 2 new role-playing games today, and I got
Yeah,
the
that sounds like you.
replacement for my USB microphone. And totally, I spent like $20, and that was for food today. Because the money I got back from turning in my old microphone to have it repaired, since they couldn't repair it, I got a receipt that said get a new one in the store. But yeah, it was like $240 or something on the receipt, but I only spent like $100 for the new microphone.
What's your new microphone?
I have no clue. It's in a aluminum box, and I have no clue.
That's dangerous.
Hopefully it's omnidirectional and it's USB that I know. So yeah, I don't have to look around my entire rig. But the role-playing games I got was a Swedish role-playing game called Mörkborg, or Dark Fortress, and a game called Paleomythic, where you play as fantasy stone age people.
Hmm.
So that's pretty cool. I don't know if you can get it anywhere else online, but it would be great fun to play it sometime. So far, I haven't seen any any like numeral values for stats. Just attributes. And in the same vein as our GM, I'm gonna go run an errand real quick. See you soon.
Here it is. Found it.
I am back.
Welcome back.
Thank you, Efrix.
Hi, back. I'm Grennan.
Fuck you.
Oh,
I had to say.
I heard the physical pain that caused.
Yeah. All the way across the Atlantic. Ooh, boy. Speaking of crossing the Atlantic, I won't be doing that in my boat, but we got the mast on, and now it's just the sails and some interior work until we're ready to sail.
cool.
We're leaving the harbor that we're in currently on Friday, and we're sailing all the way to an island called Baramda, which is pretty far out into like outside of Stockholm, at least. It's pretty far out. It's gonna be fun. Hopefully it doesn't rain too much. It rained and thundered a lot when we put up the mast. But I was there and I helped. It was good. This has been Aran Tells You About His Day.
So I'm translating Krillic right now.
Mm-hmm. You're translating what? Cyrillic?
Yep.
That's interesting. Russian or something? Okay.
It's very warm in my room that I know if I turn my fan up anymore, it's going to cause distortion with my mic. I wonder how hot it is here today. But it won't. Oh, not as bad as I thought it was, considering how warm it is in here. Huh. Only 99 degrees Fahrenheit.
So what did you all do for Star Wars Day? Star Wars Days.
Nothing.
Fair. Entirely valid.
I'll be right back.
It's good to know that we're hydrating.
Ease.
Remember to hydrate, everyone.
Mm-hmm.
I need to work on my enunciation.
Oh, it's not too bad.
Thanks. Well, yeah. It's life, I guess. So much fun. hike, more like yike, am I right? You think you're muted, Efrix? Because I can't hear you. Nope. I can hear the background noises from Grennan, but I can't hear you. Breathe in and breathe out. Nice, relaxing music. Let it really get to you in these trying times.
And I'm back.
We're having
GM still gone?
Yeah. We're having a meditation time with the soundtrack in the background. I'm leading a breathing exercise. Would you like to join? Guess not. It's so quiet.
I'm focusing. I've started to get a hang of this.
Am I disturbing you?
No. I just need to keep looking at it right. And make sure I'm pressing the right thing for the right symbol. Because, acrylic isn't forgiving.
No, it's not. It's like it's kind of like any of the Japanese writing languages.
I tried Japanese. It was a bitch.
Yeah, I'm learning Japanese on Duolingo currently.
Good luck. It sucks.
Katakana is surprisingly
we-
easy. Hiragana was hard, not hard to begin with, but if you told me to write something in Japanese, I probably couldn't.
That is reasonable. I definitely couldn't. The only things I remember are basically what to say when you pick up the phone, and I think that's it, really. Some other basic things that I'll only remember when it's time to remember them.
Fair.
It's like, oh shit, yeah, I remember this kind of moment, but beyond that, I can't just think about them and remember. To be fair, I learned it in a Japanese class that was speaking English 90% of the time, because the teacher was teaching people how to speak English, not Japanese.
That's fair.
Because the class was mostly Japanese people, and I was just the one white guy trying to learn English there, so, I got fucked.
Trying to. Okay.
Yeah, it was a Japanese class, but most of the people in there were full-blood Japanese exchange students that, already spoke the language fluently, but they didn't speak English, so it became an English class instead.
Fun.
Not really.
You made a lot of friends, anyways.
Nope.
Well,
Because they were all speaking Japanese to each other.
too bad. I guess. Ain't no rest for the wicked, I suppose.
When did I become the wicked?
I don't know. I'll have to play another game with you to see if you're truly wicked. When are you free?
When am I wicked in this game? Wow.
We were talking about putting needles under nails recently.
Yeah,
and you
I
said,
was
yeah,
joking, though.
yeah. Well. I'll have to take your word for it.
Has Varder ever actually tortured someone yet?
I mean, not physically. Mentally, yes. Just by being there, usually. I'm being salty.
Fair enough.
And Varder is being as salty.
I mean, that's his job description.
I'll see myself out. An airlock.
Yep, please do.
Anyone else having problems with the GIFs on Discord?
Some of them are being janky, yeah.
Yeah, I don't have any problems because I don't really post GIFs.
No, you have a lot of screen time. You don't have time to. Or you don't just react to the banter the same way as we do. So I got a lead.
So if the game master doesn't come back in 15 minutes, we're all legally allowed to leave, right?
Such an old joke, but yeah.
Oh, it's
I
already
guess.
been 10 minutes.
So I got a lead on a potential in on 2 voice acting studios. So I hope my new friend pulls through and sends my my information to both a studio in Montreal and one here in Stockholm. I hope. I don't know if that was comprehensive at all.
No idea.
Yeah.
That.
Still nothing.
Huh.
Hmm. Blah, blah, blah. Like I'm some sort of vampire. You understand.
Sometimes.
I see so much Star Wars spoilers in my Tumblr feed. It's annoying.
Hang on, I'll
I-
be right back. Just gotta
The
drop from the call.
entire
If
script was
if you need me to
leaked,
come
so-
back, just ping me.
Cool.
Okay, good riddance.
No, I will be back. I just gotta go check on something.
Sure.
If you need me, ping me.
I'll
Mhm.
be back. You were saying?
The entire script for the most recent movie's been leaked anyway, so meh.
Yeah, I was thinking about the new season of Clone Wars.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that just finished, so
Yeah.
it's pretty good.
Yeah, I saw the first episode, but
I got, we all got in this house free fucking Disney Plus for a year, so.
that's interesting.
uh,
Yeah, I'm looking into getting not Disney Plus because I live in Sweden, but the subscription for WWE and their main events.
I don't pay attention to wrestling at all, so.
It's fun. I like it.
I have returned.
So, Grennan just left. I've almost finished translating the sentence into Cyrillic, or from Cyrillic into English.
Yeah, FX will be back in a
we
moment.
just need to ping him. And we just need to ping Grennan to get him back. He had something that he needed to do. Hero.
Put the mic back there. There we go.
Yeah, Efric was having some issues with the mic, so I think she's just restarting everything.
Oh, fun. I think we can continue with you for now to finish the scene out, because we still have a full, well, combat. Hopefully not.
Yeah.
For your sake.
Yeah, I don't want to pick a fight over the entire fucking base of Klingons.
Okay, so that's why I do notes. Okay, so you're giving me 1 threat, 2 momentum. Did you already take your momentum? I assume you did.
I did, yes. The only question really is any of those 4 focuses.
Former operative, I'll take at this point. And you're buying dice. I'll buy dice back. It cost me 2 to buy an extra die because I already have one. Boop.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to spend my determination. Could I spend my determination on prove I'm the best / fuck it, I'm penned in a box?
Yep,
Trying
I'll
to
take that.
trying to stab a Klingon. So I'll reroll 3. And I'll use my reroll from bold to reroll 1. Oh. Still 1 momentum.
Okay. Roll stabby damage. Oh, sorry. Is this lethal or non-lethal?
I'd like to do it non-lethal, but can I
Okay.
non-lethal with a sword?
You can. You're just not aiming. You're not trying to decapitate him or rip through both his hearts.
That's fair.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Vicious. 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, I think that goes through the armor they might be wearing.
Brackle gives him 2 for non-lethal attack, plus 1 for resistance because of the armor. That's 3. That's still 7. That's still a man down, I think. Yep, that's 1 guy down.
Would I be able to prop him up so it seems like he's still doing his job?
For 2 momentum, I'll let you have the advantage that he doesn't look. He doesn't just thud.
I'll take it.
I do not have much left of this wine.
That's what you're supposed to share, stingy.
Shit. Could I try to quietly come down here?
You can. It'd be a fitness or daring security roll opposed.
Operative composure survival?
Yep, I'll take it.
Take a threat.
Spending that plus 1 more. It's a base. I have to make this hard.
Oh no, I agree.
It's like, they're kind of worried about, well, this exact problem. That's why they have so many guards around.
I'm pretty sure they never assumed this problem would turn up.
Yeah.
Specifically not a Tellarite shaped one, but yeah.
Take 2 more threat.
Okay. Can't take it.
I'll reroll that comp.
Ooh.
So it's just 4.
Get 2 momentum.
And are these two in any way, shape, or form slightly out of sight of these two?
He is sort of. This guy is plain sight to these two. Because they're not quite getting up the game plank yet. They're about to here shortly. They're kind of waiting for other Klingons to be done with what they're doing over there before they push up this grab cart that's going to dominate the whole the whole gangway.
I would like to try and sneak up as close as possible to them.
I am gonna. Well, I actually don't need to do it that way. It does. It's to get here. It's going to be a daring security roll opposed. Still the +1, mainly because this guy has someone nearby.
Okay, is it a case if I succeed, the guy above him won't see this?
Yes, because he's too busy. He's too busy looking this way, but he can't see his buddy. So if this guy yells out, he's gonna be like, "Huh?" You know.
Okay.
And he can look this way, but he's looking this way mainly. And these guys are looking more like this. Because the area you're in is kind of in a crawl space. So it's not too bad.
I assume operative or survival is gonna work again.
It is.
Am I able to spend the milestone I would get from this session before the end of the session?
No, I don't think that's how that works.
I won't fly that. No.
No, I legitimately don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah. You'd have to, if you needed another momentum determination, you'd have to challenge something.
I mean, I have a lot of milestones for combat, but I don't think I have anything in particular for sneaking into a Klingon base in a box trying to rescue an admiral.
Yeah,
It's very niche.
you could cut out "I am the storm," because you're literally trying to be as chill as possible before you get on top of people. Because if you become a storm right now, all the sneaking will be for naught.
Yeah, I'll take that if I need to re-roll, if that's okay.
Yep, I'll be fine with that.
So for now, I'll do 1 threat, 2 momentum.
Spending that 1 + 1 more.
I'll re-roll a 0.
Yes.
That is 6 successes.
And he got a complication.
That's 5 momentum your way. Whoop. The complication on their end is your next action doesn't benefit. They don't benefit from the having many eyes because someone dropped something over here and it's drawing everyone's attention. So this guy could still possibly notice if you screw up, but everyone's looking it that way because some idiot dropped this massive box full of stuff and everyone's yelling and shouting. Someone's getting beaten
Oh,
up.
you goddamn idiot. Blah, blah.
So, am I rolling damage or am I making an attack roll basically?
That roll was just to get where you are. That was just to move up where you're standing.
Then, yeah, I would like to attempt to bonk a Klingon on the head.
Okay, so you're gonna take a swing at this guy. It's daring security opposed.
Like I said, I assume the focuses have been used and still apply.
Yep, because you're not in the. You're still in sneaky mode.
I'll do the same again, 1 and 2.
I'll buy a die. Just so he has 3. Kind of want to hang on to those 4 for reasons.
I'll reroll a 0. Still 6 hits.
Wow.
4 momentum
Wow,
gain.
Pent.
Roll damage. I assume non-lethal.
Non-lethal, yes. And if I need to with the one floating, I will bump up the damage or something.
Or you might need to pierce resistance.
Maybe reroll those 3.
Okay. Because he's basically 3 resistance against this attack so far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
I think
8,
that's enough to
9,
drop.
10, 11, 12. Well, no, I'm checking if he just died. Minus 3.
I am just literally just trying to bonk him with the hilt of the blade.
That's 9 by my count. Does that drop him? Thankfully not. No, sorry, it doesn't kill him. You didn't crack his head open, but you did knock him out. For 2 momentum, you can kind of prop him up just long enough to let you do something else before this guy looks around again. Because otherwise he's going to hit the ground, and this guy's probably going to notice that.
Yeah, I'm going to do that.
Okay. Now what are you going to do?
So, question: those things I prepared 2 sessions ago, would they work in this situation?
Hopefully. That's what they're designed to do. But you are kind of in an underground base. There's some unknown variables, but in theory they should work.
Screw it, I'll go for the in theory, and I will put on the emergency badges on myself and the Rear Admiral.
Good thing you're being monitored.
Give me. This is going to be one last daring security roll. They have the bonus because they get their bonus back because they've dealt with the noise.
Yeah.
And now they're back. And this guy is probably about to turn around and go, "Hey, did you see that noise?" And he's gonna look right at you in a second.
And he's gonna see a box, then nothing.
But you can see his buddy just kind of standing there, slumped against the wall, and then a box where he was standing, like, I'm gonna just stab the box. That could be a friggin' vole or something.
Changeling.
Hey, yeah, no joke, man. The war wasn't that long ago.
Because I'm feeling funny, I'll give you 2, and I'll spend. Should I?
I just go 1 and 2 again.
Yeah, I'll just go 1 and 2.
Spending that 1 and 1.
I'll reroll the comp. For 5 successes.
Man, these guys are just not rolling particularly well.
If they're fighting something, their security is great. If they're trying to notice someone sneaking around, they're not that good. Most Klingons aren't that good at it.
Yeah,
Only the
I
officers
guess
are.
it's their insight, right?
Yeah, it's their insight, and that drops it dramatically.
I mean, to be fair, I'm pretty sure no Klingon is trained for Metal Gear Pend.
So you've tagged Ludwinger and yourself.
I'll quickly tap the badges and quietly ask for beam up.
I mean, the good thing is that Kismet's scanning the area right now, intently tracking pens, so...
We're trying to find you.
Since you're trying to do it,
You just spend 2 momentum.
yeah, spend 2 momentum that you kind of tap your badge in a coded way that is like, emergency beam out, I can't talk.
Yeah, I think I'll take that.
So the ship gets a sudden emergency signal from a comm badge. They see that there's 2 signals there that have emergency transponders. So Vada just kind of, will beam them up. Whatever that is, beam them up. Oh, they're in a mountain. That makes life interesting. Well, at least we're right over them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is going to be, and Vada can do this role, but she can't benefit from the transporter room because she's in the bridge, and and this beam has to happen now, otherwise he's gonna get shot at.
Yep.
It's gonna be control engineering. The diff base for anything is 2. He's not on a pad 3.
He's going to.
He's in a mountain 4. He's going to a pad so the diff doesn't go up from that alone. And this is where I was saving some of it. Going to bump it up to 5.
Okay.
Complication does not go up because you're literally sitting over them. Difficulty doesn't go up because you're sitting right over them. And that is sensors plus engineering.
So
Engineering.
that drops it back to diff 4.
Right.
I mean, I'm kind of surprised with all the threat I've given you. You only have 1 left.
I've been spending it back at you trying to kill. Because if I caught you once on any of these rolls, it'd be a room full of Klingons trying to kill you. Which then I won't need the threat. I'll be gaining it from them shooting at you. They kept rolling crap. So.
Yeah.
And you did the smart thing. You didn't start shooting them immediately. It's like, yep. And that's when the whole D7 just unloads.
Yeah, I assumed that was going to happen. That's why I was purposely like, can I fire it quietly? Shit, no. Is there a weapon?
Yeah, no.
So who wants to
Okay,
roll for the person?
I'll roll for the ship. Let's just. Oh, never mind. I'm not rolling for the ship. You go, Pend.
Yeah, Penn does the ship.
Maybe we should give Vada 3 momentum.
Go
Sure.
for it.
Go for it, yeah.
Yeah, because you can do it from the bridge. She just doesn't get the transporter room bonus. 'Cause
Yeah,
she's doing it from there.
I'll roll for Vada then.
But she's
Um,
got focuses and talents out the butt
Yeah.
for this exact reason.
Yeah. Yeah, like her and if there are any complications, we can ignore it. And she's got the focus and determination spends. She's got a lot. Gonna reroll one of those. Oh, why did I roll Presence Command?
Yeah, really.
Control Engineering. Blah. So
14 and
roll
14.
Yeah, 14 would beat it. She's got
Oh, but I re-rolled one of them, so it turned into a 0.
it did turn into a 0. Yeah, but that's another success at least.
Yeah, so that's 5 successes. We get a momentum back.
Yep.
Success.
I want to imagine the face of the guy in the transporter room when he sees an unconscious admiral and a box.
And a box.
Amazing.
Oh, the box is the best part.
Can the box have 2 armholes with a gun and a sword?
It's a box with a sword. It's a pointy box.
God. And it was this point that the Klingons realized they've been had.
No, I don't think they realize it yet.
They immediately after the sort of cutscene moment, they all start rushing to the minute that beam out happens, they look at each other and they just run for the ship, and the ship immediately starts heading off. Actually, sorry, it cloaks when they all board.
I was
And
gonna say, I
it,
mean, what are they gonna do? Attack the Kismet? I mean, they could.
They could. Penn's now on board to order yellow alert at least, so
Well, you can order yellow alert, but not put the shields up.
God, if this wasn't recorded, no one would believe this.
Oh man, clutch.
I believe the Kismet is automatic. No need for a clutch.
So quick check-in with you, Aran. It's the 3rd day since you've been here. The trial, through the grapevine, the trial sounds like it's going really well. for the captain. He seems to be. It looks like he's going to get out from under this, but nothing's 100% for certain. But the rumor mill is, yeah, it's all down the formalities now. That big Klingon speech at the end kind of cinched it, and now the doctor's going to be testifying today, and she was in the news as she was almost assassinated. So that makes her testimony a lot more likely to be believed. So, yeah, a lot of the Federation people are feeling pretty good about it. But there's still this one more day, so you might be called in for like a rebuttal or something like that. So there's, the Kismet's still around.
That's cool.
But what are you doing for the day?
I have no clue. Are the Klingons outside demanding that I hang for being a murderer?
Give me insight, security, or command difficulty 2 to see if you can hear about anything if you've overheard anything relevant to the security forces and you.
Insight, command, or
security, either way.
All right. Research.
Sure, you probably would have been looking that up over since yesterday. Like, hey, can I leave and not be immediately arrested?
Question: was this a new scene?
It is, yes.
What was the DC?
2.
Cool.
Right on the head. You've heard that like you overhear some security guys talking to each other. There is a general raised alert status for all Federation citizens and Starfleet members to be a little more cautious. You heard that the Kismet, in particular, has mandated a increased security profile of at least 3 people who are armed and they can't split up, but they can still go on shore leave if they want. As for you, in particular, it seems that the Klingons don't seem to be as focused on that murder anymore. They seem to be caught up in other security affairs, like the attempted assassination. The security in general in the city has increased because there was a shootout right on the steps of the High Court. The High Court is like a quick walk away from the council hall. So
Yeah.
the capital region's a little on edge, but
Yeah, in
you
fact,
have been.
not to mention it was the presumably attempted assassination of a high-profile suspect in a high-profile case.
Suspect, witness, man.
Yeah.
They weren't trying to
Oh,
kill
no,
you.
I'm talking about the shootout on the steps.
Oh yes, that's true. Yeah, they were trying to kill you. That's fair. So for your case, you know that security's up, but they're not looking for you in particular. There's too many other things that the KDF are worried about right now.
Maybe I'll head to the market.
Okay.
Case the place for cool trinkets to bring back to my desk at the Daystrom. Should I ask for security?
You can.
Escort? I might just do that because I'm not good with a phaser. Necessarily good with a phaser. Not anymore. And I'm not allowed to carry one because I'm a civilian.
If you think you're in a dangerous situation or you need a tool, Type 1 is allowed for civilians. They don't like giving out Type 2s to civilians because that's usually something you intend for shootout. Type 1's knife for basic. It's like the survival knife of shooting of weapons.
It's fair.
So you don't have to have a Type 1, but you could request one, and given the higher security rating, they'd be like, oh yeah, you can have one if you want.
I'll stick with a security officer if they have one to spare.
Security officer kind of comes along with you. You notice that there are an increased presence of a lot of KDF security guys wandering around. You can tell because the average Klingon might have like a disruptor pistol and a dagger. These guys are walking around with rifles and batleths. Like these guys are ready for a fight for a real fight if it comes down to it. So That seems to be the state of it. But the market's open. People are still doing business because, well, it's not the first time Kronos is on an increased security state. That just happens every so often. So they're not even... The fact that you have a security guy with you, that doesn't throw them at all. No one looks at you sideways. It's like, yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, the security guys do because they see an armed security guy, but he sees the uniform, sees the Type 2. They nod at each other.
Aran drools a little bit over Klingons with the bat'leths, but tries to keep his mind on looking at interesting things in the market, other than security guards.
Can you guys
Try again.
hear me?
A little
You
robot-y.
are
Yeah.
quiet and roboty, but you are audible.
One moment, I'll be back.
Still roboty, but we can hear you.
Yeah, I think the court scenes just got a hell of a lot easier.
Well, don't say that.
Well, not exactly, but the severe lack of threat is a huge bonus.
Yeah, we'll see how much more there is to go before that court scene.
Yeah, I was unsure if that was going to work because daring and fitness are not my best attributes.
Just clutch.
We went
back.
over this. It's an automatic.
Oh, okay, I'm okay. It's almost falling over. I'm fine.
Not now.
Much better.
That's clear.
Yep, you are clearer. Less robot.
That USB port that's going bad.
Still quiet, but we can turn your volume up, and that's fine.
Yeah, that might have to do with the distance away the mic is.
What
This
happened?
is my second mic, and I don't usually sit,
Oh,
so
okay. Well, Pen pulled it off.
Flawlessly.
Right.
right.
That's what you missed.
Just
Wait, that guy's up there. Actually.
The other thing you missed was me nearly finishing this bottle of wine.
flawless execution.
Well, I
Yep.
wouldn't say that.
You better get out this room.
So, I believe Everix was going to speak with Sorry, were you speaking with the ambassador or the diplomatic attaché?
I think I was supposed to speak with both, but
Say
If we
again,
need to-
sorry.
I think I was supposed to speak with both.
Oh yeah, they're all there. You're right. Got you beamed down with that person as well.
I mean, she's got a new token now as well.
Does she?
Look at her image on the thing. I got bored.
Oh, well, hold on. I know how to fix that.
Oh, you give her an actual circular token.
Yes.
There. And then I can make that the token, except I didn't put the name on it, so hold on. Doop, 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 doop. No. Computer. Play along. There we go. And now I can go in here, and now I can say, use this. Good, thank you.
I did that for basically all of the security people and the engineers because they all had yellow.
Well, question becomes then, whom the diplomatic attaché and the ambassador have different offices in the embassy. So who do you go to see?
I'd probably go to see the ambassador first. The diplomatic attaché is kind of a secondary focus right now.
Is Varder and Throlik sticking around?
Depends on what Efrix wants for that.
Yep.
Does she want security to be like, this is necessary on her back, or does she just want us to go about what we're supposed to do?
No, you can go.
Okay.
I'm safe in the embassy, and I was literally attacked. So
Yeah, that's fair enough.
I mean, honestly, feeling so attacked
You
right
can
now.
have like a report from Varder, which is basically recommending that action as well, which you can just hand over, so it doesn't need to be there personally. Because that's something he can write fairly quickly, which is basically Chief of Security says yes. At shorthand.
So you go to meet with Ambassador Worf, son of Takar of House Telpak, a Klingon ambassador who, to clarify, this is a Klingon, a member, well, from their title as well, they are a Klingon officer and noble who is the ambassador to the Federation.
hmm
With a Klingon guard outside. But that's more of a honor guard position. Although for Klingons, honor guard is not a do nothing post. It's like no. This actually is increasing your prestige. You're probably gonna get promoted when you're done with this, and by God, you screw this up,
yeah,
you're probably gonna have to kill yourself. Like seriously. It's like whoa, like wow. Klingons don't joke around with this stuff. Starfleet guy's like, oh, like this guy's like, oh good, yay, I'm a science officer. Why am I here? It's like, well, because we need someone to watch the diplomatic attaché. Hooray, could I do something? No, you have to stand here and stand guard. I'm not even security. Well, someone has to be here.
you pissed someone off. Welcome to guard duty.
Yeah. Lieutenant Commander Efrix.
Ambassador?
It is good of you to finally say hello. Given
Did
that
we
your
not
crew
speak
has been
yesterday?
poking. GM, did you?
Yes.
I thought you
Yeah,
hadn't. I
we
thought you talked
definitely
with the this person.
No, I talked
you
to
talk
him
to this
too,
person
but
about?
I talked to both.
I talked to them because I was like, hello, we're here. Which
Oh,
way
oh,
would you
right.
prefer us to get to the ground?
Right.
Was
I
the
remember.
conversation.
And then he was like, the normal way, and then the normal way got her poisoned, so...
Walk that back then, because they would have met you. How can I help you, Doctor?
I'm sure you heard about what happened yesterday.
I have been made aware, yes. It is good that you are well.
I would like to request something of you in lieu of those events.
Such as?
The ability to have any further witnesses transported to the courthouse.
That can be arranged, yes. Although, in exchange, as it were, I will need you to speak with the head of the house, Telpak. It would seem the alliance with your federation is in question in the High Council. And depending on how your testimony and how your captain upholds himself may have influence on the High Council's decision later today.
Would this be before I go to the courthouse or after?
I would advise before, if I were you.
All right.
Consider this a debt paid, Dr. Efrix.
She nods. Would this be preferably in person, or would they prefer me to vidcom them? What's the best way to go about it?
There are 2 places, 3, that may be prudent. One would be to meet inside the High Court. However, that does tie you with my house more directly, and that may be something you wish or not. You could request that she meet you at the Targ's Fur. It will be still seen, but not by the high-ranking members of the council or the KDF proper. Lastly would be to meet out in the countryside on the dueling field. Not to duel, but to meet in a sense of privacy. Although, tactically speaking, that does put you in a position where you are alone with Bakara. And whether you believe that is to your safety, given what's happened to you yesterday, I do not mean to insult your honor, but we have learned that caution is not a dishonorable trait, especially when one is actually in peril.
I would agree.
Isn't Bakara the one we saved?
Mhm.
Yes.
She's the one that I did heart surgery on. She's also the one whose name I invoked to lie.
Yeah, she's appreciating that particular bit of politics she has to deal with.
I'm sure. What would you recommend?
As ambassador of the Klingon Empire to the Federation, it would be improper for me to advise you further. I am merely passing on a message from my clan, my house leader.
Very well.
As far as the council is concerned, council business is not something we generally advertise, especially when the offending party is the one we're talking about. I believe I have made myself clear.
Yes.
Is there anything else you need of me, Doctor?
Am I just set up this meeting through you?
I can pass back a message where you wish to meet her. Yes. He looks at the guard just outside, who can't really hear this conversation, but you know it's notable that he looks to check where he is, and then he looks back to you.
I am so sorry. I feel like my brain just went blank. Can you repeat one more time what he said towards the end there?
He can pass on the message, and
No, sorry, before that, in response to my question about what he thought was best.
It was inappropriate for him to say anything because as an ambassador, he can't. He's just passing a message.
Yeah,
he can't be involved.
Yeah, I got that. There was something about not talking about the offended party or something.
Right now, the High Council is going to be. He said the High Council is going to meet and they're going to discuss whether or not they're going to maintain the alliance of the Federation. And they're kind of. It's about how the court case is going to go, how Grennan addresses the court on his winning day, how you testify. So for him, he's like, well, it's right now. They don't want to. He can't openly help for that reason. Because technically, you wouldn't be told this anyway. But he's telling you because he's House Telpak and you did them a solid. So he's kind of He's trying to keep you informed without breaching his
Okay.
Yeah.
What are we looking at timetable wise?
You are looking at, it's basically the morning of that day.
Okay.
And
So I have
your
time to
court
go
case is
talk-
going to happen around noon, and then the council meeting is going to happen at night after the court case.
Okay, so I have time to go talk to the diplomatic attaché real quick.
Yeah, you do.
Would it be all right with you if I go speak with the diplomatic attaché before I make a decision?
That is fine with me. I will be here.
Thank you for your help, Ambassador.
Doctor.
And I stand up and head that way.
Stepping into the more, the diplomatic attaché's office, you see the Zakdorn Aurelian attaché kind of working away at something. You can see a bunch of people milling around inside the office. It seems very busy, but he eventually looks over at you. Doctor, I'm glad to see you're okay.
Yes. It was an interesting day, to put it mildly.
I have to advise you that I've heard a rumor that the High Council is probably going to be talking about the Kismet today, and Grennan in particular. The certain council members seem to be rather irate with what the evidence that's being coming up. Something to do about besmirching the honor of honorable officers of the KDF. I'm still trying to dig into what the heck they're talking about. If you can illuminate me at all of what they're so angry about, I would much appreciate it.
Probably give him the evidence.
Yeah. Well, he didn't want it last time. I was gonna offer it to him. He's like, the less I know, the better. I'm like, I don't know if that's true.
He comes back the next day is like, oh, I see why you wanted to tell me stuff.
Just ask him now. Do you want the evidence now?
My bad.
Given those facts, I've also been informed that someone on the council would like to speak with me, the head of House Telpak, whom I have had dealings with in the past, and our ship has had positive dealings with in the past. But if you are interested, I can tell you about the evidence that we put forward, that we uncovered regarding the Bemoth planetfall incident. It might help you be better prepared for what's coming.
Well, come into my office. And he kind of walks you into his office and closes the door. The noise of the busy room is muted. All right, Doctor, go ahead. What terrible information am I going to be preview to?
Well, we uncovered the involvement of to put it mildly, many Klingons in the planetfall event. As in responsible for. Most of them are at best vassals, but plenty are houseless.
He blinks and kind of stares at you with his pure blue eyes for a second, just kind of,
That's our most intense evidence, I believe, in favor of Grennan not being responsible.
I was wondering why his advocate was so confident. So the intention is to not only exonerate his honor, but also to point the blame at the proper offenders,
Indeed.
including many high-ranking generals.
She nods.
Great, that's wonderful. That's great.
It's always been
Although,
our platform that we wish to see justice done in this matter,
uh,
whether that's
I do
Grenon's
have a
punishment
question.
or the punishment of the real offender.
I do have a question for you, GM, because I figured this would have come up in the research of the matter.
Mhm.
Whatever became of the people the Hadfield captured? Because they were captured alive.
That is something that's going on. Someone did look into that. So there is a rather. That's part of why he's so busy all of a sudden, because all of a sudden the Andon's Landing incident, the Hadfield incident, as it were, is now lining up with the Kismet incident in the Bemoth, and it's turning into this in the conspiracy. So all of a sudden, a bunch of separate cases are becoming part of a much bigger case.
Oh yeah,
And that's why the diplomatic attaché is now super busy, because he
Yeah, I
went
think-
from it's just one case against one guy. It's like no, this is why it's expanded into is our alliance at risk scenario.
Yeah,
But they are on their way back to they're currently
Little
still in
water-
Federation. They're still in Federation custody because there's now diplomatic talk back and forth of like, you're accusing one of our officers. We have people who were doing very illegal things on one of our planets. And now there's this back and forth between the two governments about what they're gonna do.
This is like Watergate. If instead of breaking into a hotel, it was crashing a space station into a planet.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't
Wouldn't be
think
the
that-
reference I would.
Yeah, that's not exactly like apples to bananas there, mate.
It's more like the Lusitania, to give you an idea.
Yeah.
That's kind of where we're at.
Yeah, I would. Yeah.
Oh no.
Well, if I haven't totally alienated myself from the head of House to Flock, with our stunt in getting to Calcat 2, we may have a powerful ally.
Right. Now, the only thing I can tell you is that you're about to make some very powerful enemies, but if you can... And when it comes to stuff like this, noble families are going to get their honor besmirched. Many families are going to be pulled through the dirt, rightfully so. But they will know that it was your names, your ship, and the Federation that would have been behind it. So we have to make sure that when we do this, we do it in the highest tradition and honor of the Federation, so that they can't possibly dress this as anything else but us doing an honorable thing.
Yes. We did, and whether or not the advocate chooses to frame it this way, but we did look into the names and the houses involved to purposely find the one with the most impact to point out, as opposed to dragging everyone into it. Eventually it'll probably come out, but I know that was kind of our original look into the information we received when we were preparing a defense before we got to the planet.
I certainly hope he stays narrow. That would make my life easier, but
I wanted to ask you, I've been given the option of 3 meeting places to meet with the head of House Block. Either at the courthouse, where we will be seen by important people making that alliance, or enemy, if she's truly mad at me, which is possible, the Tartan Fur, where we'll still be seen, but not by as important of people. Or, now, keep in mind, not to duel, but on the dueling field.
They suggested the dueling field as one of the locations.
It was one of the options that the ambassador suggested to me.
This is sounding like
also suggested not to do that, given that there is no dishonor in caution when there is actually a threat.
To me, it sounds.
To me.
To me, it sounds like this is a power move by House Telpak. They are probably going to get you involved in advancing their interests.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to meeting in a dueling field, that usually implies that they're getting ready to kill somebody. It doesn't sound like it's going to be you, because it seems odd to warn you in advance. Wouldn't be the first time Klings have done that, but the more secretive your meeting, the more she can ask of you. And I don't know if how much of a position you're in to say no. As far as Federation policy is concerned, we'd rather not get involved in an internal matter. But if you think that's in the best interest of your ship and your captain, that's a decision you have to make for yourself morally. But if you do it out in the open, that lessens how much she can actually ask of you.
Okay.
So officially, I'd rather you were in the High Court and did this as above board as possible, as I said before. But knowing the 10th Fleet like I do, if you want to go a bit further, it would have to be in the dueling field or in the bar. Just depends how much you're willing to commit yourself to her cause. Because this sounds like a cause that she's trying to pull you into.
I am
to me
a bit concerned. There may still be an assassin out there, and not necessarily for me. If I were to meet a Klingon in secret and that Klingon were to die in dishonorable ways such as poison, that would be very bad.
Yes, exceptionally so.
Mm-hmm. Of course, another Klingon died in the Tartan Fur, so... And I was poisoned on the street, so I'm not sure if there's really anywhere that's exactly safe to meet at this point.
The only safe places for anyone really now is here in the embassy or up on the ships. But
it's unlikely she'll meet me there.
No.
All right. Thank you for your counsel. Oh, not to put more on you. And I am sorry. We have a few prisoners on our ship that have requested representation. I was wondering if you could get us in contact.
Yeah, here actually. He reaches into a drawer, pulls out a pad, starts typing at it real quick. It's purple. It seems to be purple in color, and it has the Starfleet Diplomatic Corps, Federation Diplomatic Corps emblem on the back.
Okay.
He types at it. He holds it up to you.
Thank you.
That's the approved channel that's the approved diplomatic channel with the Admiral. So if you need to talk to Admiral Nia, she can arrange that.
Okay.
If you want me to arrange it, I can, but honestly, I have to juggle.
Yes,
a few things. So
we do have a diplomatic officer on board, so we can deal with that. But thank you for.
But I advise you, under Federation law, that you can't talk about anything tactical or strategic over that line. That is specifically for diplomatic and internal government matters.
Very well.
If this lawsuit, these prisoners you have, that's fine. That's within the law. But if it's anything else, that could be my credentials pulled.
Very well. I don't intend to misuse it. Thank you.
If you excuse me, I have to prepare for the worst. Please try not to die, Doctor. That would be exceptionally unfortunate for both of us.
I agree.
He strides out of his office and he doesn't dismiss you or anything. He just walks out and he immediately gets right into the thick of it and starts ordering his various functionaries for talking with various members of government, both in the Federation and in Starfleet and in the KDF.
Okay. Well, I thought I knew what the answer was. Now I'm not so sure. I may be about to do something real dumb, guys.
Join the club.
Yeah, I was gonna say, isn't that
Oh.
like that's like the tagline of this show?
Yeah, welcome to the Kismet.
Yeah, but that's usually not my character. Although I do have a daring of 11, so maybe it should be. Are we staying on me, or are we moving over to...
Well, we can still check in with where you're going with the ambassador.
Okay.
Or do you want to have
I
some
saw.
time to think about it? Because
No,
I can't
that's
switch.
okay. I think I know. Because I think I knew about that agreement between Penn and her. I'm pretty sure I did. Kind of solidifies where I need to be to talk to her.
So what do you tell the ambassador?
I think the best place for us to meet would be on the dueling field.
And that will end that scene, because that's where you're intending to go. Unless you have any follow-up questions for him. But in short, you would either transport or walk there, and she'll meet you at a certain time before
What?
the case.
What time? Because I need to keep an eye on that, particularly because I already missed my first court date.
Basically 1,100 hours, so about an hour before the
Ooh,
case.
Okay. Hopefully not.
Because she intends to get there either by ship or transportation, by a transporter. So
Okay.
for her, it's not a big deal to get there.
And you just organized transportation there yourself, so hey.
Yeah. I'm just worried if something goes wrong that's putting us real close to time we need to be back. It's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Cut to Afric sitting in a burning med bay. This is fine.
Yep.
We cut to Varder and Throlic as you're walking through the main square of the capital region.
I feel like it's not unreasonable to be keeping an eye out.
You see that there is even without a roll, you can tell that the security rating of the planet is a lot higher. There's a lot more KDF guys walking around with rifles and batleths, even in the market where normally sidearms are enough for most people, but now they're basically everywhere.
That's understandable, really. Still a dead guy in the Targ's fur, apparently.
He's decorative.
This is a different dead guy, actually, but hey. Well, that's nothing too particularly out of the ordinary. Let's get to the garrison so I can get Throlak posted. Because that's what we need.
Give me Insight Security Difficulty 2 to notice something as you're about to pass by the Targ's fur.
Insight security.
Do I have a focus? Given I don't necessarily know what the role is for.
You would at complication.
Of course. Okay, yeah, I'll take that. You get a threat because it's a security role. Wow. Good job, me. What was the difficulty on that?
2.
2. Okay, Varder. Don't screw me here, boy. Let's see, value of I feel it in my bones.
I'll take it.
A
2 momentum
Roll your-
generated.
Oh,
damn it.
that's-
Okay, oh well.
I forget who it was, but I saw someone recently who like got it back twice.
I did.
Is that you?
Yeah. Okay, that's still 2 momentum though, so yeah.
You notice that the 3 Klingons come out, 2 male and 1 rather tall female one. Actually, you've seen her before, as I recall. She seems to be locking up the Tark's fur, and she's looking pointed, and she's talking quietly with 2 Klingons with her as they are about to head off into the countryside.
You know what? That feels notable eavesdropping, because she was in the bar with the Klingon guy, not the Cardassian guy, after the bar was technically closed down. So that kind of, yeah. See if I can linger and listen, kind of thing.
For 2 momentum, you made the roll. For 1 momentum, you can overhear what she's talking about, at least part of it.
Sure.
So it's left. It's left. We can't stay here for much longer. All right, let's head out to Tikprol and figure out what we're gonna do. And then she starts leading them off out of the city
To where? Tikprol?
to Tikbrul.
Do I know what that is?
Give me insight command, or security. Actually, this is something you might know because of that. Difficulty 2.
Difficulty 2. I'm going to assume I don't have a focus for this one, actually, because it's...
I mean, I have a feeling it's either the base or the dueling field.
Yeah, 1 threat. There we go. Oh well, I tried.
Oh, you hit it. That's 2.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're saying the reroll.
Yep.
That is this place here, the regional security fortress out in the countryside. It's the fortification outside the city to maintain peace out there. So think of military base.
And a barkeeper is taking 2. Do those guys look KDF?
No,
Um,
these are like bare-armed, lightly armored thug-looking dudes. And none of them seem to be wearing any sort of clan badge of any kind, which either means they're houseless or they're just so low ranked they don't get to wear one of those. They're
Is
employed by
that-
house.
is that close to where we had that energy signature from Pend and the ship signature?
That was out this way.
But yes,
The
close.
fortress is here. So it's basically a day's journey across rough terrain.
Okay. Can I try to memorize their faces so it's like easier to, if I go through pictures, point them out, kind of thing?
Give me oddly fitness security difficulty 2 to create that advantage,
Fitness security.
or reason if that's better.
No, not. I mean, it's the same actually.
Oh, well, there you go.
Guerrilla warfare? Question mark.
Yes, I'll take that.
Marking my target. I mean, that's what it would have been used for in the past. So, 1 threat, because security. Look at that.
That is 3 momentum gain.
Okay.
As you memorize their faces, which will give you an advantage if you have to look them up later.
Which is entirely a plan right now. But let's get Thralak to the garrison and posted so that no one kills Grennan. Because as important as that might be, Grennan not being killed is also important.
Meanwhile, in Captain Grennan's cell,
Just reading my book.
Advocate Kikaro steps in.
Ah,
Good morning, Captain.
good morning. And he closes the book and sets it down.
Well, you have managed to make a few fans of the watching public when it comes to our case, despite your, or rather, because of your flamboyant defense.
It's a gift and a curse.
Well, we're now at the stage where I feel comfortable that we can release the names about those your evidence says are actually to blame. We've been setting the groundwork without tipping our hand too much, but at this point, Anki is a bloody advocate, but he is not a foolish one. He has to have at least some inkling as to the style of defense we're ultimately aiming for. So far, without the evidence we're going to present today, it would be a reduced sentence or some penal time rather than your execution for embarrassing of nobles. He waves his hand dismissively. Embarrassment of nobles or some other charge they would dream up just to save face. But with this evidence, today's our day. Now you
And
have
Grennan looks at him when he says, "Today's our day." He says, "Well, today is a good day to die."
If that is your attitude, he smirks a bit, then I would suggest, despite our earlier planning, to release every single name, right down to the unnamed thug who swept the floor the other day on a certain base. If we're going to defeat them, we defeat them in the highest and most honorable and glorious fashion.
And Grennan looks at him and he says, "Most honorable, most glorious, and quite public."
Which will force them to not have to not only exonerate you, but this will lead to a purge of your enemies and those who would follow up after you. Though, that said, the minute we release this, I would not be surprised if someone tried to have you killed the minute you stepped out of the courthouse.
Well, they've already tried once.
I've heard that your security officer wants to examine the Cardassian that tried to kill you the other day. Surprisingly, the commander has not had him put in the lowest dungeon. Apparently, he is being held in this, in the spirit of cooperating with Starfleet security forces, which that is especially magnanimous of him. He looks up at the camera and looks back at you and shakes his
Grennan
head.
says, "Well, I'm not the only one who has a way with words."
Although who would be as hiring a Cardassian assassin is beyond me. The enemies you are about to invoke will do it openly and with pride to defend the honor of their house. In fact, if someone manages to take your head, that would, even if they're dishonored, that could prevent certain houses from losing face before the purge and preserving them from destruction.
So before, I didn't want to come back to Klingon space because of the charges on me. Now I'm not going to want to come back to Klingon space because I'll die the moment I step foot back here.
Well, if you manage to escape our space, by the time the purge is done, the enemies you would have had will either be dead or in hiding. But you would not be the first Starfleet officer to invoke the wrath of certain powerful captains and colonels. So, and you don't seem to be a coward to me, so I wouldn't think you would have to avoid our space for after today. You just have to survive the day and your journey home.
Grennan looks around and he says, 2 years ago, I probably would have run away again. Probably would have been a coward. But things are a bit different now. For better or worse.
The path in Blood and Steel is one that, or paths, I should say, of Blood and Steel are ones that will find you either wanting or strengthened.
Well,
at least if you die today, you can die with the comfort that you acted honorably.
Right. It's a shame. If I had met you before all of this, I think we would have gotten on far better. I think we would have been friends.
I wouldn't say that. You're too much of a... He stops himself.
He said,
You're too much of a privileged brat. You don't know suffering like I do. I at least now know that you can withstand suffering and actually do the hard thing rather than simply be fed privileges.
Perhaps. Then at the very least, I could say, it would be an honor to face you in court one day.
Although I am your advocate, I will say to you, you would lose, young Grennan.
Grennan smiles.
So we shall go with the strategy of releasing all the names then?
Indeed.
All right. He takes a pad, one of many he's exchanged with you in the course of the case. Updates with what he's going to do, what things he wants you to look over. He has like an empty space where you're going to put in your little speech, whatever it may be. He indicates, and in the pad it'll indicate like what the fact that he expects it to be a closing statement day, like he thinks the Imperial Magistrate's just going to shut it down, at which point you might be asked to do a speech to finish it off. He might just wave you off, but it's good to have it prepared. But he does caution, but it seems, and you know enough about Klingon law that it's one of those, it's more of a covering his butt sort of thing, like a legit a liability thing. It's like technically the case time limit isn't up, so we might have another day ahead of us if Anki gets lucky. But honestly, in his professional opinion, the day's done. Unless you completely
blow it,
there's no way that we're gonna lose. There's like right now, mechanically, just to remind you of the score, you're at magnitude 5, work 20 of 20. He's at magnitude 1 of 5, work 7 of 20. And you have 10 more.
4 of 5.
Yeah. And there's still 10 intervals left. Like, he's not going to win today. At best, he'll buy himself more time. That's the only thing he can hope for today.
Yeah. So Gren's going to look this over and says, very well. Despite this colloquialism from Earth not measuring up too well now in our modern times, guess you could say we're going with the nuclear option.
The far more interesting option, in my opinion. All right. I will see you later today.
Very well, Advocate. And he picks up the book again, William Shakespeare's Julius Caesar. He opens it up again, looks it down, and he says, why did I bring this? Why did I think this would be a good idea?
Nerd!
It's so comforting.
Varder, you and Threllick step into the garrison as the Advocate's stepping out. Good morning, Lieutenant Commander.
Morning, Advocate.
Are you here to replace the guard?
In a manner of speaking, yes, this is Lieutenant Thrallock. She will be taking that position.
All right, I can take her down. I'm already signed in anyway.
Well, I mean, just going instead of asking permission is always good.
Mm-hmm.
Let's give Thrallock a nod, like, go ahead. They can yell at me later.
You here to see the Cardassian?
Yes, I've had some considerable experience with them, so I reckon I might be of some assistance.
Well, surprisingly, the commander has not killed him, as tempting as it is, and we well within his rights to do so. Apparently, he's waiting for you to have the honor of slitting his throat yourself.
Oh, lovely. I'm sure the Federation would appreciate me doing that as much as I'd like to.
Well, if you have no need of me, I have a case to prepare.
No, best of luck with that, or however you would prefer it said. I don't believe Klingons look too deeply into luck.
Klingons make their own luck. If anyone needs it, it's that brat Anki.
I'm sure he's asking for it. Good day, Ambassador. Advocate. Starts with A. I'm not used to politics.
He walks off. Like, when you said the wrong thing, he kind of stopped, doubled back, and stared at you until he got the name right, and then he's like, nods approvingly, and then walks off.
It's the same
like-
word in Bajoran.
The same word in Bajoran, probably.
Advocate, ambassador, same difference, right? Ooh, that didn't translate well over into Klingon. Sorry, lawyer. There, I'll say that word.
Yeah.
Ha.
Yeah, well, go to see the Klingon and not slit his throat. It's tempting, but no.
You find him on the first floor, surprisingly, where one of the more a lot cleaner. They actually got to see, like, daylight for any length of time. But when you led to his cell, he's just laying in the middle of the floor, and he's bloodied and bruised, and his armor torn up, and he's basically been thrown in. He's half nude, effectively, because they wanted to, because they basically ripped off all his Klingon armor, so he's in tatters, and he looks roughed up. Like somebody must have stepped in at the last second to keep him from being just pummeled to death.
Is he still Klingonized?
Oh
Or is that
no!
Huff messed too?
They use their daggers in rather quick fashion to get rid of the prosthetics.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah,
So,
so
he's yeah.
Ow.
Who knew that Klingons could be professional sculptors?
Yeah, really.
they're great at
Well,
reversing cosmetic surgery. It's just you won't like what happens afterward is the thing. But yeah, he's unconscious on the floor, possibly not dead. He ain't moving.
Well, I'll need to check that. It probably involves first nudging him with a boot just to see if he moves. And then actually checking for a pulse.
Give me reason medicine, difficulty of 3. 3 because you don't have a medical tricorder with you.
If you roll a complication, you boot him in the head and kill him.
I said nudging him with a boot. It was like his leg or some shit, but yeah. Okay,
Uh,
I don't have a focus for this for sure.
And I'll note that it can be reason medicine because you do have a tricorder. It's a security tricorder, but you can still scan and get an idea. Or you can insight, like basically touching at his neck and listening to his breath, like checking that way.
Yeah. Well, it's a 12 or an 11, so. And no focus because why would it be a focus?
Guerrilla
Boy.
warfare, no.
Yeah, no, that won't count. I don't even think I could argue for that. That's for checking people are dead more than alive.
Yeah.
And you can do that roughly in such a manner that even if they were alive, you would kill them. So,
Yeah.
not usable here. Psionics? Question mark.
You could, yep. At complication, because you might feel something off of him that you weren't intending.
But I wouldn't get any feeling at all if he was dead.
That's true.
So that's
Or if he is dead or dying, you'd get his dying moment, which, you know, that can be traumatic.
yeah, also true. That'd still be reason medicine.
Yep.
Okay. We'll do that. Psionics. Yeah, I've got a I don't even need to bother if that's a 2 or a 1. Whatever. Complication, why not? All the time.
But you roll them so often.
1 threat, 2 momentum, sure.
Seriously, yesterday everyone was giving me threat just constantly. I was trying to give people like rolls to help them, and like, oh, I'll give you, here's an insight roll to help you realize something, and they just kept rolling complications endlessly. And it's like, I'm not trying to make your life harder. It's just what's happening.
There you go. Reason medicine with psionics. I didn't get a focus, unfortunately.
But I get you to raise yours, and suddenly you're not rolling any complications. Darn the kismet. Anyway, it's fine. I'm not.
You were having me roll comp 5, difficulty 5, and I still didn't complicate.
Ah. But yes, you do get a. Oh, you hit it straight on actually. And he is alive, in pain, and probably been unconscious for a couple hours, but he's alive. And a quick empathy feel is that he's exhausted. Like this person probably didn't get to sleep until a couple hours ago, where he passed out.
What is the time?
It's about 1,000 hours or so.
So I've got about 2 hours till the trial anyway. Which isn't a lot of time to wait for him to wake up, so I'm not a doctor, damn.
They have a doctor here on the base.
Yeah, but the doctor's means of waking up will probably be the same means as my way of waking him up. Let's be clear. I think I'm better at waking him up than the doctor stat-wise as well.
Oof.
I mean the Klingon doctor, not Efric's doctor.
I know.
Harsh.
Yeah, no.
I mean, I did choose to treat myself, even though I was at complication 3, over
Yeah.
letting the Klingon doctor treat
But,
me.
yeah, let's, a bucket of water will probably do it. Is that against any Federation laws? I don't think so.
Not really, unless you're like waterboarding
I'm
him.
not waterboarding him, I'm just putting water over his face to wake him up. Yeah, it's not torturing, it's just waking him up. There we go, it's fine.
Daring medicine, difficulty of 1.
Daring medicine. Hey. Yeah, you can have a momentum for that. Instead of a threat, it's medicine instead of what I'd normally do. Oh, I used to focus still. Guerrilla warfare, technically? Maybe? If that would be permissible. Otherwise, that's not even up to, that's a 1. And I rolled the wrong thing.
It'd just be a 1.
Oh, okay. I didn't think I would actually have a focus, so I just forgot to change the button. Oh well, that's still
But you
2
get a momentum
successes.
back.
Yep.
Hey, you wake him up. He jumps as he kind of flounders and starts waving his hands at the water because he was sleeping, and then he got hit in the face with water, rather murky, somewhat clean water. So he kind of spits some of it out. Ugh.
Like a remarkably unamused looking Bajoran right there, which is probably better than an angry Klingon. Arguably. We'll see.
He gives you an angry look, reaches for something at his belt that isn't there, and he's like, "Meh."
Hmm. So, I'm the one that shot you. You probably already figured that much out.
He stands up, stares at you.
Exactly what is a Cardassian doing on the Klingon homeworld?
He stares at you, folds his arms.
The war's over. The Obsidian Order was destroyed. Which probably means you're either a remnant or someone who's picked it up along the way and just figured they'd wing it. I rather doubt you're actually Klingon affiliate or Cardassian officially sanctioned. It was kind of one psychically open, so it's like, what kind of things does he flinch at a little bit mentally when I'm speaking?
Insight security using the psionic focus. Opposed because he is trained to be somewhat he's trying to stay
Yeah.
calm.
But
He's
it's
trying to
more
keep
like,
level-headed.
what
Well,
will I
the thing
say
is-
that prompts any kind of reaction? And he's not expecting a Bajoran to be psychic.
Right.
Yeah,
like,
that's
the
why
thing.
I'm not going to spend any threat because he has no reason to try hard at this because he doesn't know he's in danger. If he were a Beta Z, I'd be like, oh no, I'm spending threat in case of anything. I don't care. I'll be super guarded.
Yeah. Insight security.
I was looking up a sheet. I don't have a sheet
Uh,
for this guy. What am I doing? Oh yeah, I do.
One threat to momentum because reroll and 2 dice.
One threat. He's going to spend that threat back, knowing him.
What?
Oh no,
the-
he isn't. That's precisely what I
Barter.
said he was going to do.
That is
Duh.
disappointing. Okay.
You can
I've
tell
got-
that was a reflex.
I've had psionic reading people before for determinations.
Do
Specifically-
you?
I've had keeping my. Actually, I used one for that exact thing with when we're hanging along with. What was Blackwell running?
Oh, it was that one shot we were kind of one shot, which is canon.
It's canon. It was with Blackwell. We were trying. There were people in Federation uniforms that were not matching ours. So
Yeah,
I
it
was
was the Firebase
trying
episode.
to pick up subtle signs from
Oh, I
them.
remember that.
And it was Pend and I with the whatever crew that was.
Okay. Yeah, if you have a momentum, if you have a milestone for that, you can react to. You can even burn it.
To that. Why? Because I am like that. And the odds won't beat me. I'll beat them like a Cardassian.
Oh yeah.
I have this focus. I mean, more can always be learned as the more applicable focus, but that's just a funny one that I've got. I'm assuming that's an acceptable one. The more can always be learned.
Yep.
It's possible. That is still losing the determination. Oh well.
Gain a momentum.
Eh.
So what were you checking on? Because I'll tell you, he won't say anything, but I'll tell you what his server's thought feeling was.
So it's pretty much going over not serving the Cardassians, the Obsidian Order. If he was, hired to assassinate Efrix, or was it the captain, or perhaps even the ambassador, the advocate himself?
So
Yeah.
let's go one by one. The first thing was you're checking if he was Obsidian Order.
Mhm.
You get a sense of nostalgia.
Okay. So is Obsidian Order not working directly for the Cardassians anymore? Is doubting that he's doing this officially.
Regret. A feeling of regret.
Okay. Huh, interesting. Then it was if his target was Efrix specifically.
Amusement. The sort where he thinks it's the sort of thing you get when someone is half right, and he's amused that you don't know the right answer. Which that's a very Cardassian response to you being half right.
Oh yeah. Or perhaps Grennan
or even you,
Yeah.
or all three of you, for all you know.
Yeah, or the advocate was the third one there.
Um,
I'm guessing it might be the same similar half amused correct answer.
Yep.
Or there's more to it. Working for a Klingon house.
Intrigued, impressed.
What was the name of the main one that was in the paper, the information I got? I can't remember it, but it was like the only big name on that document.
Oh,
It
it's
was
in
a vassal to a major house, and there was only one of them.
I mean, you could also mention the prosecutor's name.
Yeah, that's what
I
I was
could.
thinking.
I could, but I because I'm asking non-specific and not getting any answers from them, just going off feelings, I was going to go for both of them. And I figured I might as well get that name beforehand. It was written somewhere, I'm pretty sure.
It was. I can't forget. It's either in message direct to you or in the Kismet chat.
It
I
wasn't
forget.
direct to me because it was to the entire... It was something we all had access to. And he was a vassal of some great house. I don't know if we actually got his name. I think it was just this. There's one guy that's a vassal to a great house. That's the diplomatic attaché. That's a puppy targ. House Core's the guy. So it's got to be above this a little bit.
Oh, Grennan, the name of the ambassador that you kept, that your guys captured.
What you need me to give it to you?
Yeah, I forget it right now. I don't. I have it in the Andon's Landing notes,
Was
Yeah,
it
and
let
that's
me-
that's archived somewhere.
the House of
uh,
Core?
No, House of Core was the Imperial Adjudicator.
Ambassador.
Yeah, I'm just scrolling up now, and the first name that
found it.
jumped up was House of Core.
Fire it off into Discord. Just so we have it
Into
typed
the
out again.
Kismet, into the Kismet Discord.
There's
There
a
we go.
mention of Captain Akul, but I doubt it's him.
Of the Felkets. Felket was, to refresh you, Felket was the ambassador that Grennan originally got thrown out way back when we was trying to get him extradited. Official record that you guys found on research is that General Felket was part of the Bemoth Restoration Project. He was the head of it. But in actuality, what was learned later is that he was a member of the Tripolity who was trying to develop Calket weaponry. And one of the bases he was captured at was on Andon's Landing, a Federation world, and he had like the secret military base hidden off in the ice mountains.
And what would
Yeah.
that be, House Felket then, or?
Yep.
Okay.
Captured with again, the records would show captured alongside two Klingon ambassadors by the crew of the USS Hatfield.
But if he's just the one on there, so by House Felket, perhaps?
Concern.
Oh boy. I mean, one could
Yeah.
also reasonably assume the Honorable Anke. Just to see if that gets anything as well.
Alarm.
Perhaps both working together.
For a momentum, I will answer that.
Sure.
You get the sense of half amusement, but a mixture of concern in that you have 2 of 3 names correct. There's a third name that you haven't connected. He's like, whew, you didn't get that one, but you got 2. He's like, uh-oh, I'm scared that you got those. Aha, you didn't know the third person.
Or do
Wait.
I just haven't told you yet?
That's why he's also openly staying quiet as much as possible. Like, without psychic ability, he's super hard to read. Because he's basically not saying anything. He's just standing there.
Oh no, did you mention Bakara of Telpak?
Not yet.
Uh-oh.
I think it's more likely to be the bar owner that he's flirting with.
It's gonna be. No. Is there anything you'd like to say now, or should I just go on and allow your silence to speak for itself?
How about you find a nice mine somewhere and do something useful for a change?
Been there, done that. Turns out I wasn't too good at it.
Apparently so. You get a sense that he is hostile and would try to attack you, but he's unarmed. And he doesn't. And he looks at your phaser. In his estimation, he doesn't think he could get it in time, given his current physical condition. He's estimating his chances of taking you and finding that he can't. He doesn't think he'd win out. But if he had anything, he'd go for you right now. Like he'd take his chances to try to kill you.
Fair enough. Rolls were reversed would probably be the exact same.
Yeah.
Except Barter might have more balls than this guy. And go for it.
Yeah.
He's been in this kind of thing. He's like, I've already been in bad places.
I will say that for free, because he kind of gave that away, even his eyes are kind of giving away his intent. It's a professional analysis. There's no heat to it. It's
If
what
I
are my
could get away
chances?
with it, yeah.
Yeah.
It's someone experienced trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
Which he's been doing this for years. And he's not a junior agent, he's an older agent. Which brings question of, how did you survive the destruction of the Obsidian Order?
Nostalgia. Uncertainty.
From all reports, the majority of them were present for that attack turned ambush in the Delta Quadrant. Is it the Delta Quadrant? It is the Delta Quadrant, isn't it? Gamma Quadrant, whoops.
Sorry, what was the question again? The
The
GM
Gamma
phased out.
Quadrant's the Dominion Quadrant, right?
More or less, yeah.
I said Delta Quadrant at first, and I was like, wait, that's wrong. It's the Gamma Quadrant primarily, right? That's where the wormhole goes.
Right.
So you must have been undercover elsewhere. I find it difficult to believe you would have been undercover on Cronus the entire time. You'd probably been caught long before now.
Intrigued, amused.
And if you're on Cronus the entire time, one would think you would have helped the Cardassians in the Dominion War. They are still your people.
Pensive. Thoughtful. One would dare say philosophical pondering. Like that's a very deep question you just asked him, and now he didn't think about that. Now he is.
Unless you saw some reason to abandon that tie to them.
Amusement.
But that's doubtful, given the nature of Cardassians. You like to stick together.
Impressed.
So you were elsewhere in the Dominion War. Perhaps doing your duty. In what way you could still.
Oppose daring security. He's going for your phaser.
Is he asking too many questions that are?
Yeah, he's kind of made the guess of, wait a minute, he's getting, for some reason he's getting closer to the truth. I haven't said a word. Oh no. He might,
Opposed during security. Okay. I'm sure the Klingons watching the camera are like, "What?"
like just him standing there, all of a sudden he's just leaping at you.
Because
Yes,
he just realized that there must be a psychic nearby.
The psychic nearby. Yeah, you could say that.
2 momentum,
small-
2 threat. He is activating the determination. I shall not let fate decide my death.
Small arms, guerrilla warfare, survival. Psionics even to be tipped off that he's gonna do this.
Yeah. As a warning, he has a focus, but you can sense that.
Fantastic. Me. You know what? What's that medal? The Starfleet Citation for Conspicuous Gallantry. For 6.
Okay.
That didn't actually roll correctly. Hi, I'm just gonna swap that to 5. I even pressed enter and it didn't work. There we go.
Oh, you only get
that
3?
is- Yep. Which means I'm rolling. I even did that wrong because this is a physical task. It should be 1 less. Oh well, that would still be 3 if we cut off the last one. It's just
Okay.
raising my comp by 1.
So he will spend 2 of that threat to buy an extra die.
And he's got a determination off the bat, so this will be interesting. But I also have lots of determinations to backspend on this kind of thing. Okay, here we go.
Oh, no.
Oh no, dude.
1 reroll.
Good try, buddy. You even burned your determination. Oh, you're screwed. This guy's
Okay,
gonna hurt
so
you.
that's 2 momentum for us.
Yep.
Oh man.
So is that
Oh.
like an unarmed attack, basically? What's going on here?
Man, your NPCs just can't roll today.
You can roll unarmed damage to hit him back, or you can just shove him back.
Just shove him back because I feel like if I hit him, he's gonna die or go unconscious again, and I don't want that. That and the Klingons are watching on the camera, so if I just deftly push him back without any issue, that looks impressive to them.
So he reaches for your phaser. You very quickly just you step in and knock and shove him in the shoulders, and he kind of sprawls back a little bit.
I was thinking of that thing that happened the one time Deanna Troy got possessed and like grabbed Warp's arm and like pushed him back.
Combat is still active. It's your turn because he can't swift task right now. In effect, you could even though you're in melee range of each other, because you shoved him back, you can step out of the room if you want. Because he can't affect you he has no zone of control anymore because you shoved him.
I'm just considering intimidating the bastard.
You could. That is
At the
something you could-
moment, he's at a significant disadvantage, having tried and failed. I've already been getting close to what he's been hiding without him saying a word. I can flash my glowy blue eyes at him and raise my voice, and you will tell me what I need to know. There's nothing you can hide while still in this cell.
Ooh.
For a complication, you can have a determination.
Ooh. Ooh. I think the complication might be he dies. But
You feel a surge of presence just welling up somewhere within you. As if the ocean, you feel as if a wave is building up in the ocean somewhere.
you know what? In the nature of that's not still fully understood by Barter, sure, we'll go for it. I was like, sure, we'll use this, and not quite understanding the consequences of what that might be.
The thing you say in addition to that is, the prophets demand you reveal the truth. And your eyes glow a very, not just blue, but a bright white. And he looks terrified.
Great.
What am I rolling for this?
Presence plus security. Your presence is effectively 12.
Oh,
Ooh.
I'm just gonna change that to a 12 because I don't have anything that is actually a 12.
Yeah.
I'll just remember it's a 9 to start with. It's a security roll, so you get a threat for a die,
You'll spend it. Hopefully this works.
and then 2 momentum for a 4th.
Oh man.
Buddy, you should have saved your determination for this. Not that you knew he was connected with the friggin' existence of reality and all this nonsense.
Oh no.
Oh, now you roll well. God damn it.
Does he have
Huh.
focuses that are working for this?
Yeah. Not enough, though.
Interesting, yeah.
I don't think he has a bonus for being intimidated. He doesn't because he isn't being helped by by his superiors. So, yep, that's 5. You beat him by 1. You get 1 momentum back.
Oh boy.
Despite being terrified, he's still like. He's been. It's you get Surface thoughts. The idea that he's gone through worse, and he thinks he's gonna die in a very painful way. But he's like, you know what? There's a certain level of honor in that. A very Cardassian. You know what? I'm dying for my job. I'm dying to defend my employer. Which, I mean, it's not my country. It's not the Cardassian people, but that's still a very Cardassian feeling. You know, I can resist anything, even death.
Mhm.
But despite that, there's a certain level of superstition that creeps in there of, yeah, but what if I don't die? This fear of the prophets. That it's hard to understand because you're kind of in the middle of talking to him, so it's hard to focus on that.
You just put the fear of God in him.
The best part
Literally.
Because Carter doesn't even believe in himself.
All right. Just look, I was hired. All right. I was hired to kill you, the rest of the defense team, that advocate, whatever his name is. Anki of House Travar and House Falkett hired me to do this. And you're not going to believe this, but it's the truth. I would not dare lie to you right now. Well, I don't know if it's your Starfleet, but your Obsidian Order is behind this. Apparently your crew is making trouble somewhere out in the countryside. He shrugs. I don't know what. I don't know, but I just read between the lines, all right? And I'm not the only one that's here to kill you. I don't know who the rest are. I don't. Could you like stand over there? I told you everything I know, and he's just babbling, like he's trying to think of more stuff to tell you, but he doesn't know what else to tell you, and he's scared and babbling to hopefully buy himself time to not die, and maybe Klingons will come in here. But you get the sense in his head of this is pointless. He's gonna die even though he said all this.
So section 31, Jesus. Fantastic.
Of course.
Carter will take a step back, and if he has any control over how intensely his eyes are glowing, he will dim them.
Give me, as you're starting to get control of yourself, give me fitness plus command difficulty 2.
Fitness, command, difficult, survival? Question mark.
Sonics.
Psionics. Okay. Still have a focus either way. 1 momentum.
You briefly see yourself in the ocean, get 2 momentum. And as you're letting the ocean flow away from you and you're calming down, you're so connected because you're letting your eyes glow a little bit. You can see Advocate Kakaro being surrounded by Klingons with knives and people and Klingon KDF trying to rush over and save him.
Okay, well, I'm leaving the cell and heading out there now.
Meanwhile, hey, Aran.
Mm-hmm.
So you're having a nice little day at the market, you know, window shopping as it were, and enjoying probably the actual candy and the eye candy, as the case may be. Then suddenly you hear a commotion out in the middle of the square. There seems to be a fight breaking out. And you see KDF people rushing out of the market and running out to two of them running out to see what the fight's about. Meanwhile, your security guy kind of steps to protect you. Like he kind of puts an arm out to make sure no one's charging at you. And it's like, he looks confused. Like, what the heck's going on?
No, let's go. Let's go. They might need help.
You rush out and you can see that it looks like a older Klingon is being surrounded, and there are a bunch of Klingons with knives who look like they're about to murder him.
Do I recognize the older Klingon?
You testified. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
duh, you were there. You were there on the first day. I'm smart. He's the reason you're here. Your GM's awake, I swear. Yeah, that's Advocate Kakaro.
I tell this to the security officer. That's the advocate. We need to do something.
And at this point, combat is starting.
Would Varder, as he's running out, be able to basically yell for any of the Cardassians in the garrison to basically, this is happening? Because they just saw what happens with the Cardassian if they're in the main building.
Klingons in the garrison.
I have
You
a
just-
No, I
small
think he's threatening the Cardassians.
GM.
Oh well.
What was the question again? Sorry.
I have a small request for the security officer.
Mm-hmm.
Since I'm a civilian, I generally don't carry a firearm. I don't know if the Daystrom Institute or if I were given a Type 1, but I will ask him for his Type 1 if I don't have one.
I will make that's something I'll let you have for free. Like he'll probably, like when he realizes you're in danger and he knows that he's probably been briefed that you were in Starfleet for a time, so you actually probably know how to use a phaser. So he kind of, as the combat's beginning, he kind of draws his Type 1 and holds it out to you when you ask for it, while he's drawing his Type 2. In effect, you have a security team, so you have an advantage that you have a security guy helping you if you get into a shootout. You're still, although you're only benefiting from your Type 1 because he's helping, because you're the hero. He's just there to help.
Cool. Thanks.
And I was going to ask if Varder would be able to rally anyone as he runs out of here. It's like, this is what's happening.
So you're gonna try to get yourself a Klingon team on the way out.
Yep.
Give me. You can call Thralic up to you, or you can try to pull some of the Klingon guys.
Pulling some of the Klingon guys, because Thralic is important where she is.
Give me present security difficulty 2 to create the advantage of rallying a security team.
Lead by example, because I'm heading out the door now.
Yep.
Present security, you get a threat.
Okay.
I think I beat the roll.
That is 3 momentum generated. You have a security detail chasing after you. They don't know why, but you're yelling, "Help me! There's a fight!" And they're like, okay." You seem alarmed enough. Like, oh, you know what? That wouldn't shock them too much. So yeah, they get their
Oh, he
get their rifles and
specifically said Advocate Kakaro as well.
Oh yeah. Actually, that'll represent a team of them.
Okay, yep.
So, player side, it is the two friendlies in the room are Aran and Varder. Kakaro is basically in full defense mode. He can't really contribute to the fight because he's basically trying to respond to being attacked from multiple angles, so he
Yep.
can't really make an action of his own. His only action is guard, and that's all he's going to do.
And I'm guessing these two guys are also here.
They're there, but they're not sure what's happening. They're a little stunned, so they can't contribute yet for a little bit until they realize. Because to them, they don't know who he is yet. He's kind of, but you two recognize him even through the crowd.
Alright, well, so who's going first then, us or them?
You guys.
Okay, well, we've got quick to action then. So we can both technically go around
Fair
you
enough.
first with all of the resources that are now at your disposal in terms
Yeah,
of
sure.
momentum.
Yeah, sure. I still have untapped potential. I don't know what that implies anymore. I don't have my books in front of me. And I'm sorry.
Basically,
If
if
you
you
succeed at a task, you roll a challenge die, and you generate an amount of momentum equal to what you roll. But if you roll an effect, the game master also gains a threat.
Cool.
But that's
as long as
only
he
if
buys
you
it, as long as he's bought a die when he succeeded. If you just rolls flat, and type potential doesn't fire.
Oh, forgot about that.
Right. Lead by example and daring security to fire at the one of the two lower things.
It'd be control because it's shooting.
Might want to put on charge for area.
Yeah.
A warning about area: if you hit, like say you're shooting this guy or this guy, if you would hit, if you have too many deltas when you roll damage, you could hit Kikero because he's so close to them.
That's not a good idea. We
Ah.
need that.
On the bright side, you might just stun him. Well, you're just going to stun, so you would just stun him instead,
Yeah.
which is, by Federation standards, acceptable. That's how security handles things. There's a group fight going on, stun everyone.
The base difficulty so far would be control security, lead by example. I'll let because you're basically stepping in before anyone else is, and you basically got yourself armed immediately when you realized there was danger. It's control security. Your distance is medium to this guy easily. That's difficulty 2.
Cool. Comp range.
1. Do you wish to aim or charge the phaser?
I don't
Oh,
know,
sorry. You
man.
have a security guy with you. Difficulty's 1.
Yeah.
I forgot.
Cool. I don't know.
Aiming, you get a
The-
reroll. Charge, you get to go do more damage or area.
Or piercing if you're shooting non-lethal, because you could.
You could go for piercing, yeah.
Right. Yeah, I'll go for Pearson.
Okay.
I'll,
You could also spend for another minor to aim anyway.
no. I'm gonna add a die, if I may, with momentum.
Okay. 1 momentum.
There you go.
That's 2 momentum gained.
Full 6.
Type 1 phaser damage. So also I'm rolling a challenge die for untapped potential.
Yep. Gain a momentum, gain a threat. So there's 1 float out there.
Spend the float to reroll the 2, maybe.
Yeah.
Five.
And you were charged for piercing, so that's good.
He's gonna suffer 4 because of his base resistance.
So
But-
you'll have
One.
to spend 1 more momentum for 1 more damage.
Yeah, and that'll injure him.
Mm-hmm.
Would that? Oh no, yeah, because we spent it one. Yeah.
Sure.
I mean,
Uh,
you could swift test before you quick to action to fire again.
You could.
I'd like that.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then it's a diff 2 to hit instead.
That's fine.
You'd need to spend another minor to charge again.
which is 1 momentum or 1 threat.
You can have a threat.
Okay.
I'm down to 2 then, dice. And rolling
Currently,
again.
yes.
It's diff 2 as well. Oh,
Determination.
To what value?
Old habits die hard.
I'll take that. Yeah.
I've shot people before.
that is so fair though.
Oh,
Fuck.
Oh no.
Well, at least there was no complication.
Yeah, I just miss wildly.
It's like hit that guy very quickly, try to shoot the other guy, but you aim a little too high to avoid hitting the advocate.
Hmm.
I assume quick to action to Vardra at that point.
Naturally, because click to action one of the Klingon guys that doesn't know what's going on is not exactly going to work. Because they'll still not know what's going on. Okay, so what? Let me double check what that does. Okay, that reduces the difficulty of the next attack by 1. Can that be a difficulty 0 attack?
It can.
Okay, well, it's a difficulty 0 attack for him then if he aims, which he is going to aim, because might as well take advantage of that fact.
I wouldn't even like spend anything.
Maybe spend for an area if you want.
I was going to... Yeah, I was looking at charging for area and then just being like, okay, well, if we do stun him, standard Starfleet protocol is actually just stun everyone anyway. And
But we're not on a Starfleet. We're not in Federation space.
no, but he won't be dead either. And if he goes down, they might just run away. It's that, or I can take down 2 with 2 separate shots. That still leaves 3 guys attacking him.
Yeah, that's better.
So I'm gonna charge for area and, risk it biscuit time. I've got to focus on small arms. I can buy 1 dice for 1 complication.
And assuming stun, from that, you're not shooting for kill.
Yeah, I'm not shooting for kill. No, stun.
Vaporize the advocate. Well, that was a mistake.
Yeah, and I'd center it on that. Whoo!
I think I hit. That's 5 momentum, guys.
Yep.
We have 1 float.
Joran hand phaser. I think
Tick,
that's
tick,
so.
tick. Yeah,
I'm
that hits all
hitting-
4 of them.
That
That's
hits all 4. Okay, so
Uh,
let me re-roll 2 plus 1 of the icons.
Ah, see what you're doing.
No.
Yeah, 2 plus 1 of the icons.
You hit everyone.
Yeah. All these guys are hit by the area now. I think.
Well-
Wait, let me count. First guy for sure, because you were aiming for him anyway. Plus 1, 2, 3,
Yeah, you hit everyone.
4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
On the bright side, he's on our side, so we can give him momentum to keep him up, right? Arguably, maybe, potentially. That's very, very loose.
Well, let's add up the damage now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I mean, we have a bunch of momentum to spend to say that he doesn't get hit.
I don't want to lose track of the number.
Yeah.
They all go down being stunned. Spend 4 threat. These guys look like they're about to charge in, despite them all being stunned. Something feels off.
Oh no.
Shit.
Oh god, they're with them. Is this still in combat turns then?
just gonna
Yes, you at most have a swift task you could have. Otherwise, you are done.
Okay. Swift task. Which would be getting there. Basically, if I can get over him and be, there, present, and able to try and protect him. I don't know if there's anything I could do to actually protect an unconscious guy on the ground, but I can try.
There's a thing. You would need to spend a minor to move over there.
So I can buy another minor with the swift action. Or swift task.
Sorry, it'd be it's a minor to be adjacent to him, so basically within closer contact range. If you want to be like standing over him, you'd actually have to sprint to get to where his hex is.
also
But there's an
bringing in
action
time.
called. There's a action I'm gonna check to see if it's something you can do. It's almost never come up, and I think it's a talent to do what I'm thinking, but I'm gonna check to see if base rules let you do it.
I mean, would it be worthwhile to minor get over there and try
Well,
to
the way-
intimidate
Well,
them?
the way it works is the sprint task. It's you make a It's you make a roll at difficulty 0, and then for every momentum you spend, it increases the amount of range you're able to move.
Yeah, it's a type of it's a momentum generator while covering a lot of ground. Okay.
This is-
Okay, so I'm right. So the action I was thinking you also could do is called guard. It's a DAS difficulty of 0. If you succeed, increases the difficulty of any attacks made against the character you're guarding by +1 until the start of your next turn. You can either, and guard can be something you can give for yourself, like you're trying to find a good way to like that's what he was doing. He's trying to make sure
that's
he was hard to
cool.
hit.
I never
But you
knew that
can
was
give it to
there.
someone if they're near enough to you. That does increase the difficulty by 1, so base difficulty is 1 to protect him. Plus,
Can you make that a higher guard or no, with like a security team on you?
say again, sorry.
If I'm bringing a team of Klingons with me, would that be making it a higher guard or no?
Well, that gives you you have advantage, so you actually the difficulty of it goes down by 1, so it goes back to 0. Now that I think about
Difficulty
it.
0 guard to +1 on this guy. But also means there's a bunch of other KDF witnesses right there. Okay, so it's difficult. What security? Fitness security?
If you're standing right over him, but you can give guard if you're adjacent to him.
Yeah, I'll give guard adjacent to him.
Okay, so you spent 1 momentum or threat to get the extra miner to move over to him. Because you spent your miner already when you were shooting.
Yep, we did that already.
Yep.
Okay, you did? Okay.
Yep.
So now you're looking, so you move over to him, you're adjacent. Difficulty is 0. The better you do, the more hits you do, the harder he is to hit because you're making it
Okay.
harder for people to hit him.
And it's a what secure? I mean, most of my security stuff will be the same, but
It is. It doesn't say. I guess it's left to my discretion.
Well, if it's kind of trying to physically guard him, probably daring.
I'll say
Yeah.
daring. Yeah.
daring security. Okay, physical task, so I can get a dice with a threat or a complication rather.
Mm-hmm.
Lead by example? Question mark focus.
I'll take it.
Okay. 2 momentum as well to make that 4 dice because I want this guy to be really hard to hit.
Yes.
2, 3, 4, 5. The only downside of guard is that it doesn't turn into momentum. It turns into straight up diff
Yeah, Straight
creation.
up difficulty. Which in this case, I think everyone's fine with.
Yeah.
It goes to them. Tick. Tick. Right. Okay. So, this guy's gonna come over to. Whoops. I'll do this actually. I'll come over to you. And he tries to make it despite like there's a lot of onlookers who are watching this fight because it's a commotion in the middle in the main square, so it's like, whoa, what the heck's going on? He charges in, and despite the rifle and the batleth, he kind of lets the rifle drop into a sling, it's slinged on, so he lets it drop, so it just kind of hangs there. He doesn't go for the batleth, he goes for his dagger, snaps open, and he tries to jab you.
Okay, my boy. Try it. Daring security.
Opposed.
Daring security opposed.
And you technically have a +1 because there's security guys going, hey, they're shouting to let you know that he's doing that.
I don't think I've got a focus to close combat, actually. I mean, no, yeah. Unless I can argue survival for not being stabbed, but
No.
didn't think so. Yeah, or guerrilla warfare, but this isn't exactly... kind of guerrilla warfare, but not really.
I take it at increased complication.
Sure, I'll do that.
Okay.
And actually give you a threat this time instead of raising my own complication, because Comp 3 is probably not something I want to roll at.
Spending it back.
And another one in a momentum. For 4.
I'll just bank that. Well, I have to. I can't spend it for anything.
Yeah. Well,
Do you have any bonuses to what I'm asking you to do? I don't think so.
To Shanka Bajoran? Probably not.
Oh, he can reroll any of his d20s because he's doing a melee attack.
Oh.
and
Because he's not a regular Klingon. He's actually a properly trained KDF soldier.
Oh, yeah, he
Yeah.
is, yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. He's gonna reroll that 12.
I mean, don't we have the equivalent of 5 due to the
yeah,
We do.
Yeah.
Oh, you
That's
do,
fine.
yeah. So he, reroll the 9 and 12 then instead.
Oh, you're trying here, I see. It could either go
Yeah,
really well or really badly.
Oh,
Really
boy.
well.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh my god.
I just got stabbed. All right, my boy, bring it. I'll take it.
You just got shanked.
Lethal.
I will shrug this off.
I need a sheet.
Wow, that gamble paid off for you, GM.
That
Yeah.
really did. Wow.
I mean-
Warrior spirit.
To be fair, every other roll he's been making tonight has been going terribly.
Yeah. This is the one day he gets to significantly under barter. Maybe that's a 4.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is
Five,
vicious.
oh, okay. Let me just look at this medal here. To ignore a single injury. Where is it? Yeah, once per mission, when the character would suffer an injury, the character may avoid the injury for free. I still take the stress, but I just avoid the injury.
Yeah, he runs in and he kind of just stabs it right into your shoulder. And it hurts a lot, but somehow you manage to keep your wits about you to kind of try to move away from the hit so it doesn't hit you straight in the heart.
Too
Both of
angry
you.
to die.
That's him. This guy, unfortunately, gets to go next because you guys used your turns already. So he's going to go after the interloper who decided to shoot at the fight.
Yeah, Barter, now you know how it feels.
Don't
He-
worry, Hijack, I'll stun him next. Maybe
No.
you.
Yeah.
No. Barter, now you know how it feels to get a shoulder injury.
I had a bomb go off my face. I'm fine.
He approaches you around. He draws a dagger. Same idea. It's like he's trying to make it not look obvious what he's doing. But the security guy next to you is going to give you a +1 because he's yelling, "Look out!" and he's trying to shove the guy to keep him from stabbing you.
Nice.
But it's opposed daring security.
Okay, we don't have any momentum. I don't think I have a focus that applies.
I'll double check. I don't think so. From memory, you do not.
Kitty, not now.
Maybe give the game master some threat.
Yeah, I wanna up my die.
By
One
how
die.
much?
Yeah.
Spending the threat for an extra die.
Fudge. Well, let's do this.
One, 2, 3, and
Yeah.
4.
That's a tie.
Reroll
oh.
the 14 and 12.
Is to reroll 2? Oh, any d20, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Again?
Nice.
I think that
Uh-oh.
evens out though.
I might have lost more than I gained. That 16's too high.
Oh, so you're,
1,
you're
2, 3,
exactly
4.
the same.
You're tied.
Goes
You
to defender, right?
my ruling will be that it's the time means that he doesn't achieve anything, and you don't hurt him back. But for a complication, you can do damage. The downside is you'll take half of his damage back.
That's fine. Aran knows that in Klingon sex, it's a mutual disrespect.
He's not trying to fuck you. He's trying to stab you.
Are you sure?
It's quite the same. It's quite the same.
Look, maybe he has certain tendencies. You don't know. Don't
Let's
judge.
boogie.
So you can roll unarmed damage because you're basically smacking him back, or if you want, you can try to rip the knife out of his hand instead of hurting him.
Note: if you take
Fuck
his
it,
knife
I'll
away,
hurt
he's
him.
using a batleth.
What?
If you take the knife away, I'm 90% sure he's using a batleth.
I'll tell you mechanically, just a bit behind the scenes moment. If I want his batleth to come into it, I have to spend for it. I need threat to do that. That's why I can't get the rifle and the blade because I didn't pay for them.
Yeah.
Because they weren't part of the scene originally. I mean, they were, but they weren't part of their attack. So.
I'll grab the knife.
Okay, so you're rolling an unarmed attack anyway, but all you're checking for is if you get at least one
Icon.
delta. If you get an icon, you basically disarm him, and you have the knife now.
All right. It says I only have one die when I am rolling.
Yeah.
unarmed.
Plus your security, so you'd be rolling 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey. Oh wow.
Yeah, you
That's
rip.
actually like a good. You actually dealt him a little bit of stress.
Oh no, he this is even a stress one. This is just ripping the knife away from him. He got one delta. Yoink. My knife now.
Knife play isn't my kink, bitch.
What do you have?
Like, he tries to stab at you, and you just yank it out. And the Starfleet guy kind of distracts him, and you go, "Huh?" He looks over like he's ready to smack the security guy, and you step into that distraction. And go yoink. He kind of looks at you, surprised, like, "Huh? Oh no."
Nice.
They ended the turn. I can't swift task for them. Goes back to you guys because they acted last. Either Varder or Iran may act next. There are still hostiles on the field.
Shall I shoot them, Iran? Given I seem to have the better score for that, and I can maybe make some resources.
Or well, you need to beat this one guy right in front of you.
I can
Yeah,
shoot
maybe-
him right in front of me.
Maybe care for the one in front of you. I'll probably be fine with this one.
But I can go first and shoot this guy and make some resources for you.
Sure. Thanks.
So, I can still aim in close quarters combat, which makes it a difficulty 1. Because the security team is also there.
Base is diff 3 because he's in contact. He's in close contact range with you.
Yes.
But it drops to 2 because of the security guys.
And then he aims and it's a diff 1.
Hmm?
Because Deadeye.
He has a
Oh,
power.
I follow your logic now. Okay, sorry.
Yep. So it is just a
Yeah.
diff 1, because I will 100% aim for this. Like, come on.
Shooting for lethal or no?
No.
Okay.
When have I ever shot for lethal?
I have to ask. He does have. He has free resistance. That's why I'm
Yeah,
asking you.
Well, okay. He's not a Cardassian. I'm not shooting for lethal.
Fair enough.
I raise my
Well, he
complication.
might be.
Yeah, I raise my. He might be. I raise my complication. Give myself a dice. I've got a focus. It's control secure. Yeah. Haha. Yeah. That's technically a threat dice. I get a reroll. Haha. Yay.
So gained 4 momentum. As the Klingon starts shooting at him, and he dodges them, but he moves right into where you're ready to shoot.
I think I should reroll 4 of those.
Yeah, spend one for the rerolls.
Should be enough.
He has 3 resistance effectively. So 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, okay. 1 for piercing. Go down.
Yeah, he goes down.
And then we've still got 2 for swift action. I could either shoot this guy for you, Iran, or
That's fine.
Let you have your badass moment of ganking a Klingon.
I just don't want
Yeah.
Iran to die because he doesn't have that great a security.
I'm a
It's
throwaway
2 either way, either to keep the initiative or to
To pass to him, yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I could keep the initiative, and I'm still shooting at a diff 2 on this guy because of the security team. And if I give you a threat to aim, then because I can do that, right? Give you a threat to aim.
you
for a
could.
minor, yeah.
I forgot to roll my my.
Yeah,
untapped
might as well do
potential.
that. Give you a threat.
Oh, you're on top potential.
Yeah, I forgot to roll that last time.
I might as well roll
Yeah.
that now if you want.
Should be 2 momentum for hitting the guy.
Gain 2 momentum.
Nice.
That's worst case
Okay.
scenario for me.
Yeah, we're at 4
Perfect.
momentum now.
Yep.
No, not 6. We're at 4.
Yeah, so I just heard 4 and typed 4.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 minus 3. 1, 2, 3 is 4. He's still
1
up.
for
Okay.
damage. Yeah. Or piercing, either or.
Yeah, spend 1. Now you have to heal the advocate.
I had it under control.
Clearly.
You need help picking him up? And getting...
Sure, the KDF guys are already grabbing the advocate.
That's good.
Are you all right?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Security guy kind of looks around, looks over at you and those guys like, what is going
This
on
Varder
here?
To Kismet.
And we cut to a new scene.
Wait. But we weren't able to stabilize him.
Oh,
Not dead, he
what-
was just stunned.
He was just stunned.
But
He's fine.
doesn't an injury turn into a lethal if it's not treated by the end of the
No.
scene?
No.
I thought that was a thing. Never mind.
No.
It's if you non-lethally injured somebody and then filled their stress track, that turns it into lethal.
Oh.
And then they die at the end of the scene.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a
Albeit.
confusing little like, what? Yeah,
Otherwise-
if he was dying, I wouldn't instantly kill him on you like that. Like, no, I'll give you a chance to save him. But he's fine.
Yeah.
But
He might be unhappy with Varder when he wakes up, but
I need... Oh, I do have that room.
You saved his life.
Again.
again.
I'm going way too far.
Oh, yay.
I penned.
TM, do you
Oh,
have a
man.
picture of a box?
But not at present, no.
God.
1 second.
Click, you silly thing.
I just like the idea of the engineer stood there, one downed admiral and a box.
Oh, and Penn, you can call for the EMH.
I would, but oh yeah, I've got the emergency badge on, so I could still technically use it now.
Well, but you're on the thing is you're on the ship.
So to take control of the situation again, so you are
In a box.
there. Ha.
God.
You beam onto the pad along with a grav lift and Ludwinger, and there's no one at the controls at the moment because she beamed you from the bridge. Vada to transporter room 2.
This is a box speaking. How can I help?
What? Security? Who the heck's on my pad? It's Commander Pend. What? And a human? Commander Pend, what's going on?
Computer activate EMH in transporter room. We're gonna need some medical team in where down here. And I'm immediately still hiding in the box, waiting for the EMH to turn up.
What is the nature of the medical emergency? Hello?
I'm gonna jump out the box.
Ah! Vanishes.
Amazing.
Computer.
Great days.
Computer EMH program.
What is the nature of the medical emergency? Oh, it's you.
Of course it's. We need a the Rear Admiral here, medical treatment and transport to medical bay.
Sure. Are you okay?
Yeah, I knocked out a few Klingons, travelled cross country for a few days. I'm fine.
Very well. I will transport over there. Oh, hold on. Wait, I don't need to do it from there. I can just do it from here. We'll be in the medical sick bay then.
Thank you. Let me know as soon as he wakes up, because I need to get some knowledge out of him.
Yes, sir. Transporter room 2, emergency beam of patient to sick bay. EMH code 27 Alpha Bravo.
And I will head to the bridge with sword over shoulder, gun in holster, and box under arm.
Oh, man. That's going in his personal quarters now, isn't it?
He's keeping the box, yeah.
I'm keeping the box and the sword.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you like set the box in your
I
room.
can't wait to
and
read
then,
that
like
that report.
box in your room, like, a bedside table, and you put the sword on it.
Oops, she's already there.
I'm sorry, what kind of sword is it?
A Meklev.
Cool.
So, Pen, do you step onto the bridge? Still in your civvies, I forgot.
Yeah.
Commander Pend. She looks at the sword. Is your sword like in hand, or do you you don't have the holster? What am I talking about?
Yeah, I've just got it with me at this stage.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm basically just walking around with a sword in my hand.
Commander. She steps back a little bit. The security person kind of steps away from their console to look at you, alarmed.
It was an emergency transport. I've not got the sheath.
I'll take that for you, Commander.
Could you replicate a sheath and put it in the quarters? Oh, and take the box. I use that to sneak.
Sir. Kind of takes the calls for someone to kind of help him with the box, and they take the sword and they kind of hurry off to take care of that.
There's Captain Grennan, and then there's this asshole.
New person takes up the security post because they coordinate with each other.
So, what have I missed the last couple of days?
Let's see. So far, we're doing a level 1 diagnostic on the engine right now. The doctor and Lieutenant Commander Varder are down the surface, continuing preparing for the case in about an hour. And she kind of looks over at one of the consoles. It would seem that there was another energy surge where you last were. We've been actually sitting right over where you were since this morning. We detected a strange energy signature down there of weapons fire the other day, and a increase of energy just now, in fact. Although we've lost track of that signature since then.
Oh, that's where I was. The weapons fire was me making a hole in a cave. The energy signature was probably the D7 in a secret hangar with Klingons.
Oh, should I call for yellow alert then? Or red?
No, for now I've had the Rear Admiral transported to the med bay. I'd like a security team there and shielding around him so that he can't be beamed off the ship.
Present security difficulty 2 to deploy the security team in a swift manner.
I'll give you a threat because I'm feeling funny.
Yeah, I can't do anything with that threat yet. Oh well, I'll use it later.
Composure?
That's okay.
I'll take
You don't
it.
have to do that. You could just hang on to it.
Yeah, the what's
Is
it?
my name Grennan? No. Sorry.
Wow.
Oh, the shade.
Yeah, you can set up some of those. What are they called? The transport inhibitors.
Oh,
Yeah.
you could. Yep.
Yeah.
That's an additional momentum if you want those turned on.
Yeah, because I'd rather not lose the person I've just had to sneak into a Klingon base to get.
So yes, you're able to deploy a security team, and you're able to, as an afterthought, you're like, oh, by the way, put some transport inhibitors around them as well. Oh, okay. And they'll just grab them on the way.
Well,
The rear admiral, sir?
yeah, he was being held on the planet side, so I went cross country and snuck into a Klingon secret base, knocked out Klingons with a sword whilst hiding in a box, and teleported up to the Kismet. All with a straight face.
Okay. Well, if you excuse me, Commander, I have to make a report. Lieutenant Commander to Lieutenant Commander Efrix.
Afric's here.
Reporting that Commander Panda has returned to the ship, and
With a box.
and he has accomplished his mission. She looks at you like a shrug of that. I assume you don't want me to go over detail over open comms.
I'll just nod, yeah, that's alright.
I believe the commander understands what you mean by that. What I mean by that, and you as well.
Yes.
Okay. He's. I assume you're taking command again, Commander?
Depends on what the situation is. I've just got back, but I'd like an update from anyone planet side.
Dr. Efrix, I'm not sure of your situation. Last we sensed you're still at the embassy?
What's the time?
11. It's coming up on 1100 hours. You have a few minutes.
Okay. I'm about to head out to gather some information, actually, if Penn would like to join me.
Sure.
It is pertinent to the case,
Where
and
are
I
you-
can update you on more sensitive topics.
Sure, where are you gonna be?
Well, I'm due to be at the dueling grounds at 1100 hours.
Oh, I was there 2 days ago. I know where it is. Yeah, I'll beam down. I'm just gonna get your medical staff to try to revive a rear admiral for questioning.
Varder to Kismet.
Kismet here.
I need a medical team on Cronus' surface. Our advocate has been, well, I stunned him along with a bunch of aggressors that were surrounding him. I also have been stabbed.
Penned here, all of you beam up, go to med bay, and we'll deal with it there.
This is a Klingon advocate, Commander.
Well, we've got people in med bay being seen to already.
I don't know how much they'd appreciate us taking their advocate.
You could have Efrix go and deal with the advocate.
But she has a
Efrix
meeting to
has
get to in a few
plans,
minutes.
Yeah.
Fine, I'll send someone down to deal with yourself and the advocate. Anything else?
Well, other than we've just been... Oh, the advocate was just attacked by a large number of people, and then 2 members of the KDF also attacked us. Speaking of that, I'll check to make sure they also were not Cardassian operatives.
No.
Oh,
They seem to be actual Klingons.
I did get a confession from the Cardassian that we captured. We captured a Cardassian, by the way, Commander. Your prior organization's involved.
Oh, okay. Fantastic. Well, I'm going to meet with Efrix then. After we've done what she's doing, I'll meet up with you with the medical team.
I'll have a report ready for you.
Fantastic. Penned out.
Still have Efrix on the line, Commander?
Yes, Doctor, I shall be down with you in a moment after leaving some standing orders.
Very well.
Penned out again.
Cut to Efrix.
Lieutenant Thralic to
Yeah?
the Kismet.
Oh, no.
This is Kismet. How can I help?
Just checking in. We're 1 hour from the trial. All's well with the captain.
Why did you have to give me the bad news? Pen down.
And
Wow.
Frolic to the Kismet.
Oh, Kismet.
Commander, please clarify last transmission.
I'm rather busy. Just make sure he doesn't get shot.
Aye, sir.
Penned out.
Thorlick looks around confused, like, what did I do? I was just checking in. What did I do wrong?
wait, did Grennan hear any of that?
Yeah. She's just outside your room.
And Grennan just sort of does the thing where like he just like muffles both like his head into his hands and just goes, "Oh."
Vada looks over at you. I assume I'm taking back the con, I suppose, if you're leaving.
Yes. Do you take the con? Would you be able to send some people down to some medical and security staff down to assist Lieutenant Commander Vada? Or should I do that now before I leave?
I can arrange for that. Mechanically, that will cost you 2 momentum and a threat. Because it's medical team plus security. And a crew support if you're activating a medical person to do treatment.
Yeah, probably best.
Probably.
Yeah,
a
we can
crew
activate
support,
a crew support. We can activate Dr. Vameth.
So
She's
you get a
not-
threat.
She's a
She's
civilian?
surgical. Yeah, she's a civilian surgeon.
Um,
I don't know if we want to send a civilian to the Klingon garrison because I'm assuming
Well, how
that's where
about
they're
we
taking
send
this guy.
to do what's his name?
Sarir?
Well, Saray, but I was thinking about our other security guy, Dref. He's a
Dref?
combat medic.
Oh. It's a
He's
good
a
idea.
combat medic. He's also got a ridged forehead. That means nothing. Don't worry about me.
So yeah, we'll send Dref and Saray to deal with Nevada
Oh,
situation.
send 2 crew support? Okay. Yep.
I'll screw it out as well.
Might as well, yeah. I guess we have
Do
the
we have
resources
enough?
for it. Yeah, we've still got 1 left.
Yeah.
okay. Just
I-
double checking.
Yep. So I'm going to set all the people up to where they need to go. I'm going to recollect the sword, and I'm going to go down to the dueling field.
Do you want me to send some as you're about to head out? Do you want me to send someone to the transporter room to outfit you in a new uniform and phase in your in a phaser, or
No.
are you just going as you are?
I've got a
Sir.
com badge, I've got a gun, and I'll be taking a sword with me. I'm pretty sure I can handle any situation.
Pendle also probably noticed the standing order for body armor.
Oh yes, there's currently a order by the chief of security to have all members to wear undercover armor beneath their clothes. We can have that delivered to you already down there.
I forgot I had body armor on as well. I had a resistance of 2 when I got stabbed.
You did, yep.
So I only took 3 stress. I didn't even need to use my medal to avoid that injury.
Yeah. I'll let you walk back that medal because you wouldn't have taken that stress.
Well, if the vest can be in the transporter bay by the time I get there, fantastic. If not, it's not crucial.
We already have some set aside, so we can just have it handed off to you.
Fantastic.
We've been doing it for everyone who's heading down.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll go with vest, sword, and gun and deal with anything I need to. I'll leave you with the con.
Aye, sir. Any new standing orders, sir?
Yes, as soon as the Rear Admiral is conscious, I want him ready for testimony on the planet.
Aye, sir.
And I will head off to a transporter bit.
I like how Barter stopped asking for permission from the Klingon garrison and just started doing things, and it's just being accepted for the most part.
This is new scene. Now that we've resolved what happened up on the ship, and we know what happened to the Rear Admiral.
Yeah, because Varder's been kicking all kinds of ass, and if there's one thing that the Klingons respect, it's kicking ass.
Yeah. It's competence.
So these two get beamed. You're not even in the garrison. This is out in the streets. This is like moment to moment, just happening all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Klingons are very shoot first, ask questions later.
And the
And you've
pen
been
got
doing a
beamed
pretty damn good job of that.
to where you are. And he is in civvies with a sword. A sword is just a really long knife, right?
Basically.
And all the sword enthusiasts just want to hit me over the head.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Haha, there's a knife icon. Anyway,
It's a Kriegmesser, essentially.
That is actually a knife by legal classification.
I know. It's amazing.
So stupid.
So, Efrix, you see the commander beam in and walk over to. He beams into this embassy and moves over to where you are.
Oh, I thought we were gonna meet at the field. Okay.
Oh, you're meeting at the field. That's right. Duh.
Yeah, we're both meeting at the dueling field.
Now, are these people doing what I think they are? They are not. So they actually keep going where they're going.
That's why I took the sword.
Aha. Out in the middle of a field, Dr. Efrix and Pend approach an open, bloodied ground, cleared for the most honorable of duels. And a certain female Klingon in armor, but very nice, well-polished armor with fine fabrics at the unarmored parts, and a proud badge of her House of Telpok, and an additional badge indicating her high stature in Klingon society. A medal of sorts. What medal? Who knows? But she is waiting for you, the two of you there.
Of the bleeding hearts, probably.
Doctor, do you want to take point while I keep an eye out?
Walk up, I guess.
Say again, Efrix?
I walk up. Greetings.
Hello, Doctor. It has been some time since we spoke last. I've been told you invoked my name recently.
Frix lets one corner of her lips. Yes. It was imperative we made it through. Lives were at stake.
If I did not owe you my life, I would kill you here for lying in my name.
I would expect
Your reasons
nothing less.
aside.
I was aware that might be the case when I made the choice I made. I would make it again.
She stares at you, and she glances over at Pend, looks at you. Correct me if I'm wrong, but as I recall, you are here to ask for my aid in a matter, and in exchange, I am to ask you of something.
That seems to be the case.
You are the one known as Bragg, I believe? Commander Bragg?
Yeah, we've met, remember? I'm the one who said I'd offer you assistance if you could say you could help Grennan.
This entire case, this defense of your captain, is creating problems for me, as the charges he is accused of will require a very aggressive defense that will pull down both the honorable and the cowardly, and will smear the house Telpak.
Oh no.
Now, I am willing to inform you, as I'm sure you've been told by my nephew, that certain members of your Starfleet have compromised the security of the Empire without consulting us first. And that the Council may be reconsidering our current alliance as well. So, I'm willing to offer you the chance as to bag 2 targs with 1 shot. However, it will require you to go beyond your Starfleet scruples.
Oh no.
Do you want me to keep talking, or do you wish to handle this without my help?
Depends on what you say.
She looks over at the doctor.
We are here to listen. I can't promise you that we will agree.
She smiles and nods. That is... or that will have to be good enough. She looks over at the city. Because you're kind of on a height where you could see the city from where you are. And it's a massive city. It's hard not to see it. I am aware that your enemies and mine are going to do whatever they can to ensure they are not purged for the crimes that were done at Bamoth. And I've been told by Advocate Kakaro that your captain intends to name names, which does benefit me but it does endanger me. So I'm willing, she looks back to you two, to offer you an option. This case will be dropped most quickly if Advocate Enki doesn't show up to trial today. In fact, if he never returns to Kronos, ever again, I will speak at the High Council to indicate that certain matters of security for the Empire were done in my name to ensure the Empire's security was upheld against even the most shadowy and cowardly of enemies. At which point certain names will be mentioned. Not all the names, but names that will be of benefit to the Empire and myself. These names will be purged. I will be elevated, and with my more secure status and prestige, I will ask that the good captain and his crew be let on their merry way as honorable friends and allies against the enemies of the Empire.
I mean, that's a decent offer. But I think you've missed a possible avenue.
She raises an eyebrow at you. Keep talking, Tellarite.
So you believe this list is going to name your house, correct?
No. She smiles. But it will name houses that are allied with mine. I would come out clean despite all this, but it will weaken my position in court.
Well, what if we went the route of you were willing to maybe testify that you and your allies were the ones who helped us gain this information to root
She
out
shakes-
the dishonorable?
She shakes her head. When it comes to matters of high council, the sad fact of the Empire, even despite Chancellor Martok's best efforts, is that some matters need to be dealt with in places like this and in bar rooms of the city. Until corruption is purged, this is the only avenue that sees me rise and my enemies fall. If I testify, my house will fall. Not out of nobility, of course, we're too old for that, but my ambition towards the council will be done in my lifetime.
What if we just omit a few names from the list? That way you can still gain your influence, and we can still give out names and play the whole thing out in court. You can then
Because
suggest...
her having the names would be a stronger offense for her.
Your guys are gonna have to give me. I see what you're saying, because if she has, and GM's just clarifying, you guys would be saying we're gonna give the names that you were fine with anyway, but we're gonna give you the names. We're gonna give you some names for you to use. Like, we're gonna omit names, but here's a list of the guys that you can smear.
Yeah, basically, so we can still go ahead with the whole theatrics of the handing in the names and for the trial, but omit a few names that she can use to better her position. That way we don't have to try and murder people, but here, do it yourself.
I was like, this is the names of your allies that were fucking around. You can use this to hold over their heads and keep them in line.
This is going to be an opposed presence plus command roll. Because she has a plan that she likes, you have a plan that you like. They're both good plans, but she likes her plan better. Because she came up with it, so. But if you make the roll, she'll be convinced to try your plan. Otherwise, she's going to stand her ground and go, nope, it's my plan or not at all.
I assume you have a presence command that's better than
Be
mine.
right back.
Yeah, I have 14, but I also have bold command.
Yeah, I have an 11, so...
You can assist if you want.
Oh, but the doctor has doctor's orders. When you're trying to get someone to take a
But
specific
my
course of
presence,
action.
the problem is my presence isn't good. Even if I had a presence medicine, it would still only be a 14.
So it would be the same as Ben's.
And I don't have a focus, and I don't have bold command.
And we don't have any momentum.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, GM, so I'm going to go through focuses first. Poker face, composure, form operative.
I'm debating.
I don't mind taking increased comp range.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if it's... I'll take composure at increased complication.
Yep, I'll happily...
Because I'm more looking for like negotiation or diplomacy.
Yeah, unfortunately I've not got that in my repertoire at the moment.
Yeah, and former operative is what you're fighting against. You're trying not to do the operative thing. It's like, no, we're doing the meeting you halfway thing.
I'll use my medal to roll 6 challenge dice to see how many threat you get.
Okay.
Oh, you get 5. I assume you're gonna buy some dice.
Yup. She buys for a total of 5 dice.
Yeah. Well, fingers crossed. I'll reroll that 0. Total of 5.
Do you want me to assess?
Ooh.
I
She's
don't
gonna
know if
re-roll
that
that
would
0
even
because she's
help.
negotiating with somebody.
What the hell?
Ooh.
Oh, that kind of helps you.
I'm thinking, do I have a determination for negotiation?
Talking with people. I think you do.
I think it's probably from a long time ago. Because, like I said, for the longest time, it's been basically shooting people.
Yeah, but there was a lot of the recent Calcut stuff. You actually ended up doing a lot of talking. I forget who you were drawing an argument with, but I think you ended up getting into a roll-off argument. I can't remember if you used determination for it though.
But I think you just have to use determination in the.
I think it was
Session,
for
right?
it was against Starex, wasn't it?
Yeah.
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 Do you still have
Mhm.
that episode, Milestone?
I believe I do. Yes.
He's not argued with anyone since then.
No, not
Yeah.
really. So would you allow the determination spend for that?
To what value?
Well, shit's gone wrong with Grennan in this case, so I'm figuring it out.
Yes, I'll take that.
Okay, so I'll re-roll my just basic 0. For 6.
Do you want
She's
me to
sitting
roll?
at 7 right now.
If you want, or 7 on the comp.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I count 6 on your end.
Yeah, so it's 6 on mine. It's 7 on a comp for you. So if
Oh, I see what you're doing.
so if
Dr. Efforts, would you like to assist?
Uh,
Hey!
That's 7 versus 7 on a comp.
There's a moment where she looks like she's going to ask you something. You get the sense, because this happened before, or heck, just today, that she looks like she's going to ask you for a favor as you're debating with each other, and she shakes her head and kind of looks back at the city. No. You're right. We'll do it your way.
Thank you. The way that I see it, the less interference you have from Starfleet in getting to the top, the more legitimate it will be.
Mm-hmm.
I
Alright.
stepped away for a second. What complication did the game master generate?
Nothing.
She didn't ask for a favor. Like, she was going to insist that you take a complication. She's actually waving, going, "Nope, I'll accept that. I'll actually help you despite the tie."
So yes, we will modify the list so certain names are omitted if you tell us which names, and we can then hand them to you.
She takes a pad from out of her coat and hands it to Efrix. Make sure your captain agrees with this. If he testifies wrongly today, it won't matter what deal we make.
very well. You should be very careful. Anyone that's showing any kind of interest in this case seems to be a target, and they're using undercover Cardassians?
She smiles. Her teeth all showing.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that Cardassian being captured, that was very unfortunate for House Travar. I imagine his name will live on in infamy, especially when the Cardassians found dead in his quarters with his knife. Such a shame. Such a shame.
Well, if I remember correctly, I did offer to help you try and gain power on Kronos. It seems like I've fulfilled that bargain.
Well,
We
haven't
shall
won
see if
anything
that's
yet.
what happens.
Ooh, no confidence.
I've learned to be cautious since I lost my heart.
You did
Perhaps-
gain 2 new ones.
Yes. Perhaps it's the new blood, but I'm not as willing to be as optimistic. However, I get the feeling that we're both going to get what we want.
Fingers crossed.
She touches something on her arm, and she vanishes in a transporter beam.
Great. Good. That
So,
could have gone worse.
yeah. Do you want to tell Grennan, or should I?
Well, first of all, it sounds like his advocate is unconscious in the middle of the street. Which, what? The
Oh,
heck?
I've sent some medical team down to deal with that. We've also got the Rear Admiral on ship being dealt with.
Need to make sure he's briefed on this too, in case he knows things. Yes. Right. Things you don't know. So, reason why the council is reconsidering our alliance. Some new 10th expeditionary ship gave a first contact race who might be pirates the Klingon star charts. So that's good.
Oh, that's a rookie mistake.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the Andromeda?
Yeah.
God damn it.
Anything else that I've missed whilst I've been crawling around with a box knocking out Klingons?
That sounds like quite the story. The Klingon that you met in the Targsfur was murdered.
Ah, shit, there goes another contact.
Both you and Iran were persons of interest in said murder. I think since then you have been resolved with that. I was poisoned, and the defense team was attacked yesterday before Barter took care of it. And it sounds like it was attacked again in the streets today. So that's fun. Technically, we're supposed to be beamed straight to the High Court from now on.
Oh, fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Well, again, I'll let you decide where you want to go, and we'll take it from there.
I guess I better go talk to Grinnan.
If you wish, and I'll go talk to Varda to see how he's doing.
Should we ask to be beamed from here? It may not be safe to walk.
True.
Plus time.
Yeah, I think you need to go get ready for the courts, don't you?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, Lieutenant Myth kicked butt in her testimony. It was good. It was very good. If you get the chance, you should pull up the vid and watch it.
I'll get round to that, but I generally assume you're all competent and know how to deal with situations.
You would have appreciated her sass.
I just appreciate sass in all forms.
I know.
Well, let's not dilly-dally any longer. We have places to go, people to see, and hopefully no more Klingons to kill.
Mm-hmm.
Pen to
Should
Kismet?
we...
Body here, go ahead.
Could you transport both myself and the doctor to Mr. Varda's location?
Say again. Slight disruption there.
Could you transport us to Mr. Varda's location?
Site to site, to Varda's location. Aye, sir. Stand by.
Yeah, why would Pend ask about the case? He's been doing other shit.
I don't know, maybe because you're concerned about your captain?
No, because if you get locked up, I get the shit.
It was like that. You would have. Penn would have killed Renan long ago.
Don't tempt him.
Not for lack of trying, though.
After a bit of time in securing the area, some of the Klingon team is able to secure some of the bodies and move them out of the way. There's actually another Starfleet officer who is along with Oran, who currently has a Type 1 phaser, and as the security guy has his Type 2 out, and he's kind of watching around along with not Cecile, but
Saray.
Sarir.
We also had a security team and medical team go down as well. There's a
Yeah,
lot
so
more
they're-
Starfleet bodies down here.
So it is a busy center court that's cordoned off now because there's just so many people here. Excuse me, Mr. Run.
I can't leave you guys alone for 3 days without people getting shot up in a square.
2 days. That happened yesterday as well.
I mean, it was the night 2 yesterday, so 1 day probably. Also high Pend.
I'll just,
Oh,
I'll,
hey,
yeah, I'll just wave the sword at him. Hello.
Like, yo,
Rude. And I'll wave my ducktong at him.
I suppose, yeah, you still have the dagger.
I mean, do you want to do that one? Mine's bigger than yours.
It's not the size that counts, it's what you do with it. You're welcome.
Yep. So,
When were you desired by Klingons last? Don't answer that. You would anyways, I suppose.
I'm glad everyone's in good humor, but this Klingon's very badly hurt. He needs to go to surgery. I don't think we can treat him here.
Surgery for stun damage.
They must have I think they nicked him with something. He's bleeding
Hmm.
kind of bad.
There was 6 men trying to stab him. That's expected. As Varder says,
Fair enough.
bleeding.
well, confirm with the ambassador whether we can take him up to the ship or we'll have to take him to the local hospital if they have one.
The garrison's also nearby.
We'll go.
They've got a med bay.
Yeah, we
Right.
can run back to the embassy right now, and
Yeah.
I can get a straight line to the embassy ambassador.
Go ahead and do
Let's
that.
go.
I'll look to the KDF guys that are there to see if they have any immediate opposition, but
At the moment, they're too busy trying to account for all the bodies, checking the identities of the guys, the traitors. It's like, what is going?
well,
They're asking nearby people, "What did you see? What happened?"
okay, well, we don't need to worry about them. Then we can do and ask for forgiveness later.
Mr. Ron, if you mind coming with me, we'll try to explain what happened here.
Of course. After you.
I'll assist the defense force people here. Something I can do with them at least.
Well, I'll leave the advocate in the hands of the medical team that are around. Until we get confirmation of whether we can transport him to the ship or to somewhere else.
Yeah. I need to double check that the Cardassian's recording, Cardassian's condition was fully logged. I had my comm badge on, it should be recorded properly.
Yeah, I heard you came across a Kardashian.
Yeah, he's in the city garrison cell right now.
God, I miss all the fun.
Mr. Iran, if you would like to roll for me a presence presence plus command or security difficulty 2 to try to get some permissions from the embassy to get permission to beam the advocate away, because you're basically testifying as to what happened.
Lead by example.
Yeah, actually, because you're the one who suggested you run back. Makes total sense to me.
I don't think I have anything for that.
I'll take the succeed at cost in that you'll probably get them to do it. It'll just take them it'll take a bit of time for them to take your statement and check your...
Could it be due to the security guard who was there with him could have reduced the difficulty?
That's why the succeeded cost will be able to be an option, because they're gonna take Iran's testimony, then they're gonna take the security guy, ask him what happened, and that's taking time. But it succeeds because eventually they'll get the permission. It's just they're trying to see how urgent it is and how much diplomatic clout they should throw at it to make it a thing.
I'm fine with that. I don't have any anything like written down for my milestones, so I can really use them.
Dr. Efrix, what's been determined so far by the medical people that are here? But you might chime in differently.
Mhm.
So according to Varder's testimony, the guy got stunned and was dropped, but that should be all that's happened. But the medical people who examined him are like, well, he got nicked somewhere rather badly, so they think he might need to need surgery to be brought on his feet. So right now, what you missed was that the Iran and a security guy ran back to the embassy to try to get permission to have him beamed up to the ship. But that should happen, but you're not sure how much time you have before you get beamed or not.
Okay.
The question is, what are you going to do? I mean, you could kill him right now and no one could stop you.
Wrong advocate. Can I do a scan of my own to make sure that he hasn't had the poison introduced into his system?
Ooh. Reason medicine. Difficulty of effectively 1, because you have a medical team with you. Any of the supports that are activated can assist with this.
Xenobiology?
Yes.
Who wants to do Stirrer?
Maybe,
I will.
Yeah, just say maybe let Grennan do something this session.
Yeah.
No. Oh, he's dead in the cell. I don't know what you're all worried about.
Thralak.
Just say control or daring medicine. That's the same.
Well, it's reason anyway.
It's reason.
Still the same.
Well, fine. It's insight now.
Oops. Sorry.
Hmm?
Oh no, I did it right. I didn't think it took my...
3 momentum gained. As it does seem like the neurotoxin is in his system.
Oh, good.
Good thing we've got the antidote right
Is
with us.
the antidote we synthesized, is it functional for Klingon biology?
You could attempt to administer it with a daring medicine difficulty of 1 still.
Okay.
Spend a momentum.
Yeah, for cautious.
And if you need more, Varder's got an extra shot on him, so...
Emergency medicine.
Yep. Gain a momentum. Gain 2. Is Sarir assisting with this?
She can. Yes. Daring medicine.
Yep.
Again, it's all the same.
Nice.
2 more momentum. After administering him, and the medical team kind of all monitors him. Like, there's like everyone's like bring out all the tools that they have in their bag to kind of check him to make sure he's okay. Sarir there scanning to make sure everything's fine while you're injecting him. Before you know it, there's like this place is almost like a small encampment in the middle of the street of like a
just
medical
like a
tent and stuff.
triage, Yeah.
Security outside.
It seems that the neurotoxin has been countered. He just has internal injuries. He could be, because of his Klingon biology, he could be roused to wakefulness and move around, just be in pain.
Mhm.
But he'll probably want, he'll likely want, in the long term, he's going to need advanced medical care. Otherwise, he'll get complications from his injured, because his secondary organ is still functioning, but that's not healthy for a Klingon. It's better to have both going at the same time.
Yes.
It's like being stabbed. It's like losing a kidney. It's like, well, I can go move around with the other kidney.
Yeah, it's a lot of stress on one that's meant to be a multiple.
Yeah.
So, patch him up.
Is the bleeding, like the external bleeding, still happening?
That's been stopped by this point. It's just that he has a
Okay.
damaged internal organ now.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we should
This
bring him
is-
too.
I just want to ask, and I fully expect this not to be the case, but would it be possible to create the advantage that he's not as injured as we first feared?
For 2 momentum, he could be have a rather healthy constitution, as it were.
Mm-hmm. Happily.
It would seem that the organ he lost was actually a artificial one. So he's kind of been used to working on one anyway. Still not good for him. He probably wants that replaced sooner rather than later. But his body's used to having to lean on the other one.
Okay.
It seemed the bad bleeding was from the fact that the shrapnel of the artificial organ damaged a bunch of stuff around it, which you've since fixed.
Yeah, he has a second liver. He has an artificial liver.
Okay. So, start to rouse him.
Daring medicine difficulty 0.
Just spend a momentum just for the reroll.
Yep. Emergency medicine or xenobiology or surgery for post-op. I don't know.
I'll take emergency medicine, yeah.
Okay. I'll take that.
He wakes up. Where am I?
The street outside the High Court. It seems to be where all the party drugs are happening.
I feel pain in my left side. Soreness.
You were stabbed.
And
Let me
shot.
guess. Yeah, thanks for that, by the way.
Yeah.
That, I presume it was on my right side, Doctor?
Yes.
Of course it was. They hit my liver, didn't they?
They did?
Mm.
Though it appears most of the damage that's actually been done was caused by shrapnel more than any actual damage. It will have to be repaired in the long run, but you are functioning.
Kismet to Commander Pend.
Pend here.
We just got a call from the embassy. We have a go for beaming the advocate to the ship.
Advocate, would you allow us to beam me to the ship for treatment?
I have to show up in court. And I need to talk to my client.
Oh, the Cardassian confessed.
Did he?
Of who he was hired by.
I also have some information that you may not be particularly happy with, but I think it will help us all in the long run.
Oh, and I have an extra witness on the ship currently being woken up.
He starts sitting up from his sick bed.
Help him.
Oh,
Unless
this
he
poor
shows me
advocate.
off, in which case I won't do that.
No, he'll takes it. He knows he's old.
It's not about that, it's that he's injured.
Yeah. If it was just one or the other, he'd be fine, but it's the fact that he's both that's bothering him.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
What do you mean old? Efrix is older than he is.
it's true. Maybe. I don't know. How old do Klingons typically live to be?
There are no old warriors.
This is true.
I mean, core.
They can live for over a century. They're similar life spans to humans for the era.
Well, if you feel like getting even and shooting me later, I'm sure we can arrange something. Advocate.
He smacks you in the arm, like just backhandedly hits you.
That wasn't the same arm I got stabbed in?
Sure, why not?
Right on the move.
Probably earned a little flinch back, kinda. Yeah.
I deserved that.
Yes, it was, well, I could say it out here, or we could wait till we've got somewhere more private where I can tell you what the Cardassian said. Or get you a recording of what he said.
Get me a recording. Use your small entourage to escort my client to the High Court.
Yeah, you should probably get there first.
Mm-hmm. Once I'm inside the court, I'll have my guard redoubled.
Sarer and the medical detachment. Dreth, you two.
Maybe have Efrix go with him because she's going to be testifying and she needs to update him on what's happening.
Yeah.
Efrix can make her own call on that she technically outranks him, so he's not going to tell her what to do.
Yeah, I will mention. I will accompany you, Advocate.
Yeah. And Varder will go to the garrison with Pend, I guess.
Honestly,
That's not many people, and it's like, enough.
Hopefully between
That's
Pend and
enough.
Efrix, you
Yeah.
can get both the Advocate and I on the same page.
The medical team and Sarer to do any stabilization or assistance for the advocate that they can. Varder's just going to be fine with a ripped sleeve that's bleeding because that'll impress the Klingons if anything else. But, you know.
Oh, do you think they'll let me keep the sword in there, or do I have to hand it in?
They'll disarm you if you enter the High Court. I don't think you'll be allowed to stand, unless I don't stand in there. Your call.
Well,
I
I'm
can wait
talking
on the
about the
ship.
garrison.
Oh, the garrison? Yeah, you'll be fine.
You see Coming the other way as you're approaching the garrison,
Oh no.
the bartender. She seems to be rounding a corner.
Anything off about her? Anything like that?
Insight security opposed.
Oh, she just murdered the Cardassian.
Oh yeah, she did.
Could I assist?
You could.
Psionics?
At complication, yeah.
Okay. I also have the telepath ability. Talent.
Yeah.
Can I use the focus of former operative?
You could, yep.
You get a threat. Congratulations, GM.
I will take it.
That's why I gave you a threat.
Come on,
God, that
dude.
was 219.
Barter.
Wait a second. I've got the ignore a complication medal, which I haven't used yet. This time.
Woof.
I haven't used it this time. I'll use it there now. Wow, that was...
Oof. Oof, buddy. They were both 19s.
I know.
She might beat you. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, you know what I'm gonna do then? Screw it. I have... for spotting things that are out of the ordinary with people like this. Let me think of one. Oh god.
Yes.
Yes, smartass. I was just like, yeah, it was an Adler-related thing. It was on a starbase, and it was like, roll to see what's off with this person. Insight security, and yeah. Would that one count?
Sure, I'll take it.
Let me just edit my counter to go back down another determination. Normal milestone, I mean. And I'll re-roll 2. Okay. Let me press U. Damn it.
Well,
Today is not my day for that, but we're now tied with no complications.
do you wish to succeed at complication?
Yeah.
The complication is that she finds you very attractive.
That's already a thing.
She wants to take you
And
to a
she
cuddle
acts on
dungeon.
it.
My complication is she notices me looking and thinks I'm attracted to her as well.
Oh no.
You are you succeeding at complication?
Yeah.
You step closer to her in an effort to kind of get a better look at her and somewhat get a better sense of her, because Sonics, if you're the closer you are, the easier it is. It's less effort. And you get the feeling that she's about to hit you. However, her hitting you seems to be to your benefit. Like that seems to be, she seems happy to do it, not angry. She's pleased.
That's probably very confusing to Barter.
She wants to take you to the cuddle dungeon.
Cuddle dungeon.
Yeah, no, that probably just prompts outright confusion for Barter. I don't know how he'd respond to that, honestly. He's never had someone be happy to hit him before. Except for a Cardassian, that's probably, that's quite clear.
She is swinging at you. It's going to be a daring security if you want to actually evade the hit.
Being swung at, instinct is probably to dodge, yeah. I don't have a focus.
You get the sense from her that it's going to be non-lethal. She's just smacking you.
This is
Non-lethal for another Klingon.
It's just actually a bear hug. Which prompts the standard complication raise, task roll 3, no focus. There we go. Which is more just deflecting, not trying to hit her back or push her away or anything, just like deflecting.
When she swings her arm, when you deflect the hit, it feels like you're pushing away a ton of weight. Like if that hit, it'd be like being punched in the face by a heavyweight boxer. Like that would have hurt if she hit you. Like even the
Your nose
deflection,
might
your
not have
hands
been
kind of
so cute.
sting.
Excuse me? What the hell?
Nice to see you again.
Is that a Klingon greeting that I've not heard of yet?
I suppose so. How can I help you? You seem to be staring at me rather intently, and I thought you wanted to buy me a drink. I figured I'd skip a step or two, but
Jesus, Father, flirt off duty, please.
Right. Thought you would be in the Targ's Fur. You'd be working there now, wouldn't you?
oh, I am working. I'm done with my first job. I'm about to reopen the bar now. I'm free for the moment, though.
I've got to.
If you want to
get
come
some-
to the bar for a short while.
Look, you go with her, I'll go talk to Grennan. Jesus, get it out of your system, and I'll just walk
I've
past him.
got to get some recordings from that Cardassian. Thank you very much, Commander. Maybe after the case is done. I am quite busy right now. I need to make sure that things don't all fall to pieces, like another assault in the streets.
She leans in. Not to punch, she seems to be, you realize all of a sudden she's actually a bit taller than you are.
It's not hard. He's like 5'11".
Yeah. Oh, don't worry. The Cardassian's been taken care of. He's just over there.
I'm guessing she's pointing it out or something.
She gestures with her head behind her.
He'll like look around. I guess he needs to actually look around her. She's probably big.
Yeah.
Very big. Yeah, so he'll do that. And
You
guess he
see,
sees.
you see his feet sticking out from around the corner. Now that she's pointed it out.
Right.
I was gonna tell the guard that he escaped, but I mean, I guess I'll tell you. You seem strong enough to deal with this yourself.
He escaped.
Yes, he escaped.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I'm going to guess this is Klingon politics at its finest.
No, just another day in Kronos.
Oh, well, I didn't expect you to take kindly to a Cardassian infiltrator. Especially not one from the Order.
Let's just say I was collecting on a tab.
Yeah, he was in your bar.
That he was.
I mean, so
I'm
was I.
Aluthia. If you ever want to get a drink, it's on me. I think we're on the same side for once.
Lieutenant Commander Varder.
Oh, I know.
Well, I guess I'll go collect a body and drag it into the garrison with me.
You legit
actually-
know she was going to take you to a cuddle dungeon.
I'm aware now. Thank you very much, Commander. My
Varder.
previous interactions with Klingons have been on the battlefield or on the same side on a ship. Nothing like that. Actually, I should probably investigate the body before touching it just to see what exactly happened. If there's anything recognizable about it, that kind of thing.
When you get over to the body, insight security, difficulty 2, or reason security. Depends if you're eyeballing it or you're scanning them.
I have by now learned that eyeballing things is not as faithful as the tricorder.
Could I
Thank you,
assist?
Myth.
You can assist, yeah.
In that case, lead by example.
Sure.
Hey,
Whoa.
thank you, Pen, for giving me a focus.
You're welcome.
Well, Varder, now you know what Grennan feels like every time he has to deal with Adler.
Adler's not going to beat you over the head. She'll be in your head. And
I
thank
was
you.
gonna say,
She's already in Varder's head. Permanently. You've got nothing on Varder right now, Grennan.
That's his romance option. You missed your chance.
You get a threat. Congratulations, GM.
Hooray.
Wow, we've got a lot of momentum.
yep.
It would seem he is dressed up in such a way that it looks like he ran and was stabbed with a dagger, which seems to have the emblem of House Travar. However, your investigation proves out that this guy was unconscious and battered, and you even saw him earlier that he was badly hurt. This guy was in no shape to be fighting anybody. Yeah, a good shove would have knocked him over, and he would have easily been captured. This person was knocked out.
A good shove
And
did
then
knock him
stab.
over. A good shove did knock him over. I have that experience. House Travar is which house? The
That is-
Advocate's house?
The prosecution's house, yeah.
Oh. The guy who hired him. Right.
Tying up loose ends.
Loose ends after they've already talked. I'm guessing I'm gonna have to carry him alone, Commander. This is beneath you.
No, I can carry him.
That was very sarcastic, by the way. Yeah. We'll just drag him back into the garrison then.
Varder, for momentum, you can. Oh wait, no, you already got that. Never mind. You already have the recording. Never mind.
There was his comm badge was on him as well as the garrison being there with cameras and such.
For 2 momentum, none of that got lost.
Okay. Well, we had
Hell
a
yeah,
bunch
none of that
floating.
got lost.
Could we use a bunch of that floating that we made?
Yeah, we actually had some floats.
He had a lot of float.
So you guys drag him into the garrison. The derelict commander of the garrison steps over. Looks at the Cardassian, looks at you and Penn, and looks at Penn, and then looks at Penn for an extra beat, like, huh? The hell's he have a sword? It doesn't say anything, it's just more of a blink. Looks back at you, Varder.
Do something.
I thought you'd like to see what went missing.
Yes. He must have escaped.
That's the same story I heard already.
Careful, Starfleet. This is Kronos. And this is my garrison.
I know. I was just saying exactly what I meant. I've already heard that story.
He narrows his eyes at you, reaches into his coat, pulls out a pad, and holds it out to you.
I'll accept it and look at it. Like,
I assume you want your copy of the recordings.
that would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Do you want the body? He's of no use to me now.
I don't think he's any use to us now either.
Well,
save
the dagger is.
the knife in his chest. Yeah.
He grabs the dagger and pulls it out. He snaps it shut, flips it around, and holds it out to you.
Well, except I expect taking this into the High Court would be a problem unless it's being submitted as evidence.
That would be correct. He snaps his fingers and points to the body, and some guys go over to collect the Cardassian's body and drag it away somewhere. Well, carry it because they don't want to add bloodstains to the floor.
Yeah. Oh, and this is my commander, Pend. Off duty for now, it looks.
Commander, I'm Derelict. I'm the commander of the city garrison.
Well then, nice to meet you, Commander.
Hmm.
Would it be possible for me to have a word with my captain before we take him to the High Court?
If you so desire, go ahead. I have a body to cremate.
Oh, that should leave a lovely smell.
Kind of walks off.
Throlloc is currently outside Grenan's cell as security.
Yeah, she contacted me earlier. Seems like you guys have been having fun.
Quite. Yeah, getting along with the garrison, getting along with their doctor. He tried to get me drunk as a cure. You would quite like him.
Oh, it's only blood wine, it's not that strong.
Things only Accelerate can say.
It was medical blood wine.
Medical blood wine.
Well,
So just as strong, but tastes like garbage.
well, when you visit your new plaything in the Targ's Fur, make sure she gets you the blood wine from the basement.
Okay, who is
You're-
whose plaything in that
You're
situation?
not going to drop that ever, are you?
Nope, I want to see or hear stories of you and her cuddle dungeon.
How did I serve through the Dominion War and avoid this? Only to meet it now.
Well, because it's more funny this way.
The militia didn't have their own ships that could take people to planets. We had to go on Federation or Klingon vessels. Or
How is it
Romulan
that-
vessels if we were unlucky.
How is it that I'd much rather be in a Cardassian internment camp than right here at this very second? Having
Oh
this
no,
conversation
Cardassian camp is
with
still
you?
worse. At least this might be enjoyable in some way. Maybe, I don't know. He's concerned. I nearly got clotheslined by her.
Oh God.
This will go down for Grennan.
Hey, I'm not judging. Each to their own.
Bend,
Hello.
you're back. How did it pan out?
Pendle looks down at the sword. Well, I think they got the point.
And our mutual friend?
Yep, he's on the ship, just unconscious.
Great. I have a lot I have to talk to him about once we get out of here.
Well, I've got the ship's medical staff working on him to try and regain consciousness for the trial, but there is something I need to discuss with you before we head in.
What's that?
I believe you have some names you're going to be giving out for the trial, correct?
Not just some, all of them.
I'm gonna need you to change that statement.
And I hope you're not asking me to twist the truth here.
Nope, I am asking you to omit a few names which will be dealt with by the Klingons privately to make our issues with them, including one of our newer ships giving away their star charts, go away.
Oh God. Brennan rubs rubs the bridge of his nose. So leaving out a couple names off of our list, but they will be dealt with separately.
Yes. Look, you can't complain. You're not the one who had to hike into the mountains, hide in a box, knock out Klingons, and teleport out with a fucking unconscious admiral.
No, I agree. I'm in not much of a position to complain. I did almost die from a Klingon prison disease, but that's neither here nor there.
Well, that's just a weak constitution.
You know what? I can't even argue with that. All right. As long as my advocate agrees,
Well, Efrix also knows which names need to be struck from the list. She's going to be talking with him.
Okay. In that case, I'll simply ask him whether or not the amended I will just ask him if the amended list is acceptable. And we'll go from there.
Well, what time are you doing court?
Do I have an estimate?
30 minutes. You're supposed to be already on your way now.
Well, I'm actually supposed to be on my way already.
Well, shall we?
Let's go then. The three of us will be your escort, given the recent events outside.
Recent events outside? And
Your advocate was assaulted by 6 Klingons, which then went up to 8 Klingons as 2 members of the Klingon Defense Force joined in.
oh god, is he okay?
He'll be fine. I shot him. You'll
think
give
I'm
Brennan a
ready for
little
my-
smile at that.
I think I'm ready for my court date now.
He's got a full
Brennan.
medical team, Efrix, and specialists are on him, as well as Dreth.
What? Someone say my name?
Grennan, give me Fitness Command Difficulty 2, as
Oh.
you are being asked to do something that you weren't trained to do back in the academy.
Sure. I will spend a momentum.
Question: could I have directed him to do this?
No, it's him reconciling that he's doing something kind of sketchy. That's
No.
the academy wouldn't tell you teach someone like him to do that because
What?
you have a law focus.
What?
Sorry.
The amendment? The amending the list thing?
Yeah,
Is that what this is about?
yeah.
Okay. Okay. Then yes, I do have a law focus.
Yep.
Fitness command.
Could I assist him?
Oof, hang on. I get a reroll. Ooh. And I get that momentum back.
I mean, it's not really amending it, it's just letting the Klingons deal with a few of their own.
You do not go through any sort of mental trauma. You're able to make your own decision, and you don't feel compelled to act in a strange way. But a certain quote by a visiting officer comes to mind, and well, I'll just send that to you.
From a visiting officer?
Yeah, there was a guest speaker at the academy regarding law and ethics.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Why did you give me that? I was so happy before this.
That's ethics for you.
Yeah, ethics, the quickest way to get depressed in a hurry.
Shidianegon, yeah, if you know what I mean.
See, that's why it's good to not have these things.
Yeah. I'd rather be depressed with ethics than blissful and dangerous.
Pend, I need you to promise me something here.
It depends on the promise.
I need you to promise me that even if I do not give the full names here and now, that the truth will come out.
Penn, you can see, and Barter, you can sense almost a level of desperation. Like you can just see it in his eyes. There's this discomfort that just emanates off of him. Not panic, just discomfort.
Just like, please, it's like, give me this one thing. I have made so many goddamn concessions up to this point. Like, please let me have this one thing.
Well, it'll come out when it's needed to, but for now, this very immediate second, it's going to be dealt with internally by our allies.
But it will come out.
Sure.
fine. And you can tell that Grennan was not happy about that.
I mean, do you want me to roll deception? Because I very much doubt that's going to come to light.
And roll for me, much to Grennan's misfortune, presence plus security, opposed by Grennan's insight plus security.
Can I use my focus of poker face? Because I am fucking lying.
I'm going
Sure.
to use 1 momentum. I don't have any focuses though.
Oh, don't worry. You get 1 threat.
Wait,
It's
what?
nothing good. You don't want to make this roll, but you're getting a threat anyway.
Oh, you're giving me a threat to spend.
Yeah, you get an extra die.
Oh, cool.
You're
I'll,
welcome.
I'll spend 3 momentum.
Well, I can't do anything about that.
Actually, no. I'll be fair. I'll spend 1 threat and 2 momentum.
Yeah, well, haha. I can't do anything about that either.
Just so I can get that tasty little reroll.
Oh,
I'll
Okay.
reroll the 0.
yeah. All right.
Getting 2 momentum.
Okay.
No, it's good because otherwise she's about to inflict that trauma on you. If you made it, because you found a way to be chill with this, and he basically lied to your face about it, which kind of, but thankfully you didn't see through it. So I
Now
mean,
it's up
you choose to not believe him, but you don't. It's not plain as day to you, which would hurt more.
Well, now it's up to Efrix to convince my advocate.
So at that point, I assume you going your merry way to the High Court.
Yeah.
As you walk down the streets, Varder, you get a sense that the flow of the ocean has changed, and that things that you once saw will not come.
Oh. Well, we'll find out if that's good or bad or not.
You can almost sense a discomfort in Grennan, a satisfaction in Pend, and the ocean around you seeming to still, as if it was turbulent and chaotic. As you pass by the Tark's Fur, you can feel the stillness coming from there.
Nothing to particularly say about it, but it's definitely like looking at each thing as the thoughts come to him, and yeah.
The Federation News Service reported on this court case and were surprised at how short the case went, given the extended leave that was required for Captain Grennan to attend to the meeting. Most impressively, it was noted that he, despite fighting the extradition, the captain submitted himself to the Klingon court and defended himself with the help of his crew and those of the Klingon world. It has since been found that various members of the Klingon Defense Force were sadly found to be responsible for the disaster in Bamoth, and various members of the KDF and the High Council have been found guilty for treason against the Empire and for violating the Chancellor's and the Imperial order to not abuse the Cowcat or to act against their Federation allies. Although various murders were heard of on Kronos and many questions are being raised, it seems this will be largely an internal matter. A special note, the Ambassador Worf, son of Dakar of House Tepak, suggests that the matters of Kronos are matters best left to Klingons. Although, in other news, the leader of House Tepak suggested in the High Council that perhaps the alliance between the Federation and the Klingon Empire should be reconsidered, not to dissolve it in the face of this Bemoth incident or the trial, but in the spirit of re-strengthening it, given the actions of the USS Hatfield over Andon's Landing and capturing a rogue general and traitor, but also revealing the truth to the planetfall disaster. Since this time, it has been reported by our sources at Kronos that the USS Kismet is beginning its journey back home, and we here will suggest that we wish them the very best and hope that their journey is as safe as it deserves. New scene.
Oh no. Oh, Barter.
But Mummy, I can't swim.
You're in an ocean, very still, very quiet, hearing nothing but your own heart.
Oh boy. Just, calmly look around and see what's going on. Oh.
Oh no.
Miss Adler?
Varder?
Is this you trying to contact me, or is this something else?
I heard the good news about your captain.
Yes, we, did get through that. Somehow.
An old friend of mine was bragging about how she met this very dashing Bajoran on Kronos.
Damn it.
Oh no. She's a member too?
Oh, no. Just genuinely a friend of mine. I happened to check in on her to see what was happening on Kronos to see if they are still chasing me. With the court case done, my name is no longer spoken with the same vileness as they speak of House Duras.
Mm.
So I appreciate your efforts. I hear that a lot of you on the Kismet went to great efforts to make sure this went well, and that the truth was revealed.
We did pull a lot of strings, yes.
And yet somehow I was the villain when it came to you. The puller of strings, the manipulator of people. I'm beginning to wonder how different we are. She smiles. There's no venom in it. She's more amused than anything.
Yeah, the way we go about pulling the strings matters, I suppose.
She shrugs. Since you unintentionally did me a favor, I thought I should do you one back.
Oh.
It would seem that your friend Efrix has some old skeletons that are haunting after her. And certain people have told me, friends of mine back in the Federation, have said that you were looking into it.
Yeah, the consequences of the Betazoid occupation. Or Beta Z occupation. That's about as far as I got. It's not much to go on, really. It's not an open investigation. It's back channels.
I'll ask you this. Do you wish to advance from being a member? Do you wish to stay where you are, or would you like to become an agent like me?
Would being an agent mean I have to go to the same extents as you?
Every agent has their methods. I imagine I don't have a starship and a crew of allies. I have burly Klingon women and some tough Romulans who like to solve my problems for me. So I use the tools I have at hand. It was actually kind of nice working with Starfleet for a while. I didn't have to goad you into killing anyone or beating anyone up. It was kind of nice, really. Wish that was more. I wish that was my option most of the time. Although Pand would murder someone if I asked him. If it was to his benefit, of course. He's not a monster.
No. No, I imagine he would murder someone without being asked if the opportunity came. And the Nade was there.
Oh, I'm glad he's not a member. But to answer your question, he would need to do it your way. The captain would not appreciate us acting against our own personal truth or something like that.
I wouldn't particularly appreciate having to play with lines in the Federation. I'm trying to help Bajor here, not hurt it.
That's kind of where I'm driving at. So, would you consider becoming an agent?
Consider it.
Then I'll tell you two things. To repay the favor, I will tell you that the Minute Watch had nothing to do with it. As much as we wanted to help, there was not. Betazoid was important to the captain. There's very little a group of researchers can do against a Breen battleship. And in fact, we had other plans in mind to save Beta Z, but thankfully the war ended before we had to go to such extremes.
Okay.
And to you, wishing to possibly become an agent, I advise you, as I heard that you may be heading to Bajor in the near future, that perhaps you should seek out a monastery on Bajor.
More specific than that, there's hundreds.
I suppose there.
Especially since they started rebuilding.
Look for them in the Musila province. It's a small order, but if you wish to embrace your path, then they will be the ones that will help you find it. At which point, I believe the captain's presence has been made known to you. I would say, when you're ready, to tell him what you found. And I think he will greatly appreciate that. It is something I was going to work on, but I think in the interest of not... I got into this because I wanted to help humanity. And I imagine the reason you're getting into this is to help out Bajorans. So I think it's only fair that I let you have the opportunity rather than me poaching a bit of Bajoran culture.
I suppose. I mean, I am sure you've had access to my records. I'm not exactly one of the faithful.
I believe the captain would say that you'd be surprised what service asks of us.
Meaning my captain? Or yours?
Ours.
Oh,
And you wake up.
And you see a box.
I'm sorry, that was good.
That got me.
Yeah,
Uh,
help you sit up and check the time, kind of thing. Of
The time is 0400 hours.
position, ship
On
position.
course for Starbase 21. Alert. You are to attend a meeting at 0900 for your bridge exam. It is advised that you get rest at this time.
How long till we reach Starbase 21?
Processing. And you can hear beeps and bloops of the computer doing some calculations. Chew you.
Hey, that one wasn't me.
Sure, it wasn't. Why is this all the way over here? Anyway, so if you guys are here and you guys are going there, you're going to Starbase 21. Where's oh, there it is. No. No. Question, Captain. If you're heading back to Starbase 21, would you be going at full speed or just cruise?
Probably not. Probably a bit above cruise, not full speed, but like somewhere in between cruise speed and full speed.
So probably like warp 9.
Yeah.
Because your normal cruise, your casual cruise is 8, but your max speed is like 9.975 or 8.5 if you're going.
Yeah, like we're not pushing the pedal to the metal on this, but we're not just taking our time.
Yeah, so warp 9, so that puts you at that speed, which means you're going to get there. 29, approximately 29 days.
Oh wow.
Taras is being spoken to.
Did not realize that it would take that long.
Kronos is deep in the Empire.
Yeah, well. Yeah, I've got that meeting on Bajor with the ambassador. Probably on Bajor. Somewhere around there, huh? Be going back there at some point. Yeah. Oh no. I guess I should just go back to sleep. That's weird. I'm entirely taking it for truth, but like I'm just gonna sleep. I need to sleep. Dream about the box.
And that is the end of the episode.